I'll jump in.
Hello, everyone. We are going to start the meeting. Welcome to day 2 of our OWEB board meeting. My name is Kelly Coates. I am the tribal co-chair I'm the tribal representative and sorry, let me take that hat off and put another hat on here. I am the tribal representative on the OWEB board and the co-chair with Lindsay McClary. Just a reminder for everybody, for our audience, this meeting is being recorded and streamed live on OWEB's YouTube channel. You can find the meeting materials on OWEB's website under the Board and Committees section. Just click on the relevant board meeting date and you can access the materials there. For those of you joining our Zoom call today, please remember to mute all devices to help cut out any additional background noise. And Brian and Claire, I see that you are on. We can see you. Hopefully you can see us. And then I'm going to hand it over to Lindsay for our next agenda item.
Yeah, thanks, Kelly. So today we're going to hear about urban watersheds. We're going to have public comment. We'll move into open solicitation, talk about operating capacity, and then we will do the co-chair election. So next up is item J, the Urban Watersheds Partner Panel. It starts on your ebook on page 126. And I see both Alexa and Liz are primed and ready for our panel. So I will hand it to you guys.
Great, thank you. Good morning. For the record, my name is Liz Redon. I'm the Regional Program Representative for OWEB covering the Willamette Basin. And I'm going to kick us off on agenda item J, which is the Urban Watersheds Partner Panel. And I'm going to pass it to the folks next to me to introduce themselves first. And then we have one participant online. We'll go to Jason to introduce himself before I continue. Go ahead.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Darian Lightfoot, and I'm the Executive Director of the Longtime Watershed Council. Thank you for having me.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Alexa Schmidt, and I'm the Water and Climate Coordinator here at OWEB.
And then Jason, I think you're online. You want to go ahead and introduce yourself?
Yes, my name is Jason Clark, and I am the chair of the Talent Urban Forestry Committee.
Great, thank you. You'll notice in the board report there was a third panelist, and with her apologies, she was unable to join us due to, she has to attend an emergency this morning. But we are going to move forward, and I'm going to kick us off and just give a little bit of a background as to why we're doing this panel today. And it's because priorities 2 and 5 in your strategic plan notes connecting investment in both urban and rural communities is important for watershed health. So the staff have been talking about what does that look like? How do we implement these priorities? And so we are starting off with a panel to help us have this conversation about restoration urban areas. But before we pass it to the panel, one of the first things we did is we actually looked at our data first to better understand how OWEB is investing in urban areas. And what we found after mapping 1,342 projects that occurred between 2016 and 2025 is that OWEB awarded projects proposed within urban growth boundaries at a very similar rate as those projects that occurred outside the urban growth boundaries. And so you can see at the bottom of the slide, they're both around that 64-65%. Conversely, this also means projects outside the urban growth boundaries, so projects in the rural areas, were not funded at a similar rate as those projects proposed within urban growth boundaries. We were kind of surprised how similar these percentages were, that they were so close. But we also noticed, if you look at the top, there's considerably less applications submitted for projects within the urban growth boundary compared to outside. So that may explain why the percentages of award are so similar, because we receive less applications. And if you look at a map of Oregon, it reflects the landscape of Oregon. And if you look at this map, the brown shaded areas, those little blobs on the map, those are the urban growth boundaries across the state. So there's considerably less area within those urban growth boundaries. However, while less than 2% of the state is within an urban growth boundary, about 5% of the applications submitted occurred within an urban growth boundary. So the rate of application submission is a little bit higher than the area. So that's what we found in our database. And we also looked at the metrics behind these projects to get a sense of what's happening inside versus outside the urban growth boundary. And again, we found a lot of alignment in the types of projects occurring. They're very similar by restoring in-stream habitat, fish passage, wetlands, estuaries, uplands, and riparian corridors. And then urban areas tend to have some unique projects also that we'll talk about a little bit around stormwater infrastructure that are different from our rural type projects. And so I just want to first say thank you to the panelists joining us today. I know it takes a considerable time to plan and prepare for these kind of presentations, and I just really appreciate the time to continue the conversation. I'm going to pass this off to Alexa to facilitate some questions with our panelists, and then I will keep time to make sure you get to lunch on time, because I always hate to make people late for lunch, and make sure we keep on pace. So go ahead, Alexa.
Perfect. Thank you, Liz, and thank you for your time this morning. So Darian and Jason, in our prep conversations and in the data that we looked at, we've seen that the types of projects taking place across urban and rural landscapes are quite similar, but that the implementation is different. And I'm curious if you can talk a bit about how you experience that and some of the unique challenges and opportunities.
Thank you so much. Again, Darian Lightfoot, I've been at the Long Tom for about 1.5 years. And the Long Tom is unique because we have an urban waters program. And so we have 3 staff at the Long Tom that focus primarily on urban projects within the Eugene and Springfield urban growth area. And so when I talk to staff about like, where do you feel that the hindrances are, or how does implementation look different from you? A great example of what came up is talking just about impact. And so Amazon Creek that flows through Eugene, if you've been through Eugene, catches about 80% of Eugene and Springfield's stormwater. And so we feel that is a really large priority in order for us to clean stormwater, and the Amazon Creek then flows into the Long Tom. So how can we impact Amazon Creek to make sure that our watershed stays healthy? So if you think of a half mile of a creek in a rural setting, typically very common, you'll have a single landowner. And so if you want to impact a half mile of a creek, you can engage with one landowner. And if that goes successful, then that's how you do your project. Well, half a mile of a creek in the city of Eugene is much more complex. It's very, very common to have 12 or more landowners that are touching a single creek. Typically, the full creek will run through, so there's one ownership even on either side. But then again, it's typical for the creek to have different ownerships on different sides of the creek. And so how can we think about impact if we're going to look at creek and stormwater impact that way? And typically also there's a lot of businesses that own land up against the creek. And so if you're trying to talk with the landowner, typically business owners maybe own 3 or 5 parcels and they live outside of the state, and you want to contact the manager and they say they're going to pass on your email, and that doesn't happen. And the cycle of engagement of folks living along the creek is really challenging. And so our model has been set up to not necessarily look at impact in the terms of geography, but how can we really engage with people who are eager to do this work? So 2 of our staff are landscape architects, and they continue to reiterate that green stormwater infrastructure is the best approach to stormwater improvement, GSI, so we call it. And in order to do GSI in these projects, we have to really engage with landowners, and we have to be able to talk about incentives, because the likelihood that we are going to disrupt business, come onto your property, be incredibly annoying, have to write all these grants is really high. And so we have to talk about what the incentives for landowners are going to be for green stormwater. Not just the pretty, beautiful native flowers that we're going to have, but the financial and habitat impacts. And so that brings me to another piece about compounding incentives for landowners. Typically in rural settings, you can have conservation easements and shade credits and working land incentives, and you can rack and stack a lot of these incentives, where in urban settings, you don't really have that. We're able to bring in grant dollars to help with these projects, but the only other incentive that we're able to use at this time is stormwater utility fees. And so prior to my time at the Watershed, I worked in local government, so fees and public budgeting is a big part of my sphere. And so how are we able to capture the runoff we need to reduce stormwater utility fees for the landowner? And again, that's just kind of a layer of this work that gets really, really tricky. Because in order to capture all of the rain that we need, in order to reduce the fees, we need 80 to 90% of capture on site. And in order to do 80 to 90% of capture on site, we need a large facility. In order to do a large facility, we need a lot of money. And then it just like trickles into now we've spent a lot of money on one project, but that's kind of what we're able to do when we get rack and stack incentives, landowner engagement, and the habitat impact that we need to be successful in grants. So what do I do? Okay, well, I'll pass it over to Jason to share his perspective on that.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, so again, Jason Clark, City of Talent. I served as a Talent City Councilor from 2019 to 2024 and was kind of a liaison to some of our restoration projects here in Talent. Most of you know that our community was hard hit by the fires of 2020. And ours was called the Almeda Fire, and it really devastated our community and the community of Phoenix. And I'm grateful to OWEB for granting the City of Talent, the first of its kind, an upland canopy recovery grant, with which we planted more than 1,000 trees and are stewarding those towards the maturity for the benefit of our water quality and the social benefits, which I hope to touch on more also. Also, after the fire, the Rogue River Watershed Council did the Bear Creek River Mile 19 project, which was a floodplain reconnection project that re-wetted about 10 acres of the Bear Creek floodplain and restored hydrologic diversity within the burn scar. And we've also been blessed to have a couple of projects implemented by the Fresh Water Trust, funded by the City of Ashland's water quality mitigation projects. So some of the challenges in floodplain reconnection specifically, there's potential for additional permitting requirements that take more time. For instance, on this project, the property owner was ODOT. They wanted to do engineering design review on the project, which took additional time for permitting. You have the need for extensive public outreach and education, getting buy-in from the community, setting expectations, especially where you're going to be using big equipment and hauling out, dump trucks of alluvium. There's extra engineering involved, for instance, pinning of log jams to protect infrastructure. We have a bridge a short distance downstream of that River Mile 19 project that was a concern for ODOT, and so securing that downed wood in a way that it won't pick up and cause a problem for that bridge. I think there's challenges, how to restore a healthy, dynamic riverine system and protect critical infrastructure at the same time is one of those challenges. And the need for long-term stewardship. How do we get there in the long term? Because this restoration needs ongoing attention in order to keep the plant community healthy and functioning. In urban forestry more broadly, you do also have the challenge of working with many landowners. One of our project areas was along Highway 99, right through Talent. The fire destroyed all the businesses and all the trees that were along that corridor. And it was pretty open before, honestly. And we really wanted to plant more canopy. But the right of way just goes to the edge of the sidewalk, meaning in order if we want to shade that sidewalk, then we're working with those individual landowners adjacent. And that has been a big challenge. It takes more time, more communications, more problem solving, more education of each of those property owners and coordination. So that's definitely been a challenge. On the opportunity side, I lead with, the environmental education component, including local leaders and residents. Rogue River Watershed Council, they did public tours before their project started. They did private tours with local officials, public presentations, a lot of outreach to the press. And urban forestry provides an opportunity to increase ecological understanding among local leaders and to have them be able to look at riparian areas and the urban forest in a deeper way and understand the ecological complexity and social functions within the community. There was one anecdote I would like to share that I heard from John Spees at Rogue River Watershed Council, and that was that a local resident came onto the site during the project, was criticizing the work, said this will never work. He ran into him again post-project after some big rains when the water was spread out into the new reopened channels, and came up to him and apologized and said, "Oh, I get it." I think there's just a lot of opportunity there to open the eyes of community leaders. How am I doing on time?
That's great, Jason. I think I will use that as a segue into our next question, which is really
Okay.
around the social benefits of this work. And you both have mentioned kind of how many people are involved, how many more people tend to be involved in urban projects. And we talked a little bit in our prep work as well around the question of equity and under-resourced communities in urban areas. So I'm curious what tools or perspectives you're using to prioritize and design urban projects with that in mind.
Yes, thank you. If we can bring up some slides, I can walk through that. Okay, so the Longtime Watershed Council is a part of something called our Urban Waters Partnership. And in that group is our 4 local watershed councils, our Soil and Water Conservation District, both cities, parks, a few nonprofits, and our public utilities. And out of that partnership, we have decided that impacts to the watershed are a priority to all of us. And we want to find a way to work together to do more GSI work in our community. And so all that to say is we are absolutely not short on projects. And that's, again, largely because our stormwater fees are really expensive. And businesses and schools and places of worship are really eager to see how they can do good for their habitat, but also see the financial benefit to reducing some of their stormwater fees. So we have a long list of people in our interested parties who want to do this work. But funding is, of course, a restraint. And so the groups came together to come up with this project prioritization matrix to consider a lot of the things that you just heard around water quality, wildlife habitat, education, and equity. And so out of all the projects, we take the possibility of doing a project on their site and walk through each of these categories in pretty in-depth to be able to map out where we would want to go next. Because frankly, this helps tell our story to funders. It helps us map out in the region what would be best. And then after we're able to use this matrix to decide which projects we want to move forward with, we take it to phase 2, and that's where we really start to do the landowner engagement. Like, is this project feasible? Can we do it here? Is there going to be local match? How much are permits going to be? Is there opportunity for education so we can really engage with the public about impact? So this is what we use, and it's been really successful. A piece that, again, this doesn't capture that I think receiving feedback from our OWEB grant review and just like kind of looking inwardly on how we want to do our work is like compounded impact. Because if we do one project on the east side of Eugene and one project on the west side and one project in Springfield, how are all these projects working together to really compound our impact? And so that isn't taken into consideration right now in this. We have other factors that are moving the needle on which projects we do. And so looking to take this and build off of it and see how we can make it better. But this is how we're able to really move down the projects that we do. And then here's the more granularity on the questions that we ask ourselves before we move projects forward to help us get there. And again, we have 14 voices that are sort of weighing in, and we've been able to prioritize some really great things, but it does take time because we have so many people trying to buy into this. And all of our metro parks and our cities and public utilities also give us flexible funding to be able to do this. So we want to honor our partners' buy-in to this work. So this is how we do it in our partnership.
Jason, do you have thoughts on the equity question?
I do, absolutely. Yes, with our urban canopy recovery grant, we planted trees in a now resident-owned manufactured home park that was completely destroyed in the fire. It was a large, affordable neighborhood before that, and that community's future canopy is planted and growing. And we also included two low-income retirement developments that have been recently built post-fire. We replanted about 80 trees in a public park adjacent to Bear Creek that was burned in the fire. It's close to those affordable housing areas and is also along the valley's primary non-motorized transportation corridor, the Bear Creek Greenway. That planting included large landscape sized trees along the greenway adjacent to the River Mile 19 project that the Watershed Council did, and that's going to provide shade over that section of greenway. We have about almost half a mile of the greenway now in that section, fully planted with large trees that'll be, casting shade on that section of the corridor in the near term. We know that the history of urban forestry in our country has been very inequitable, and we have the opportunity to correct that by prioritizing projects in lower income neighborhoods and in public spaces and along those non-motorized transportation routes. It's very important. That the neighborhood I was just describing, there's a wall adjacent to the community, and someone on the project was like, oh, if we plant trees, it could destabilize the wall. And we just kept pushing. We said, people are going to be walking along this sidewalk from this community to the bus stop down there, like by the hundreds, all summer long through the hottest part of the day. We have to have trees, and it doesn't matter if maybe, some tree roots are going to affect this little cinder block wall in 50 years. Those trees are planted. They are growing well. It won't be long before that highly used pedestrian corridor is well shaded, and that is really important for how we move forward in a warming climate and keep our communities livable. One of the challenges I would like to touch on was there was another community that burned in the fire. It was an affordable housing community, but it was all owned by one owner. And we intended to use the grant to plant trees there, and they balked and said, we don't want trees. We think they're a fire risk. We don't want to maintain them. And the neighborhood has been rebuilt, and they're exposed to full sun and will be. And right now it's going to be 100 degrees down here, like it will be for many days in the coming weeks. And so that's that community education challenge. And we have more educational work to do on that front. I also just want to mention, the role of urban canopy as it relates to heat-related illness being a top-tier equity issue, and it's going to be an increasing challenge in our warming climate. Vivek Chandas from PSU did a study on the 2020 heat dome in Portland and correlating the local temperatures with the urban canopy with people who lost their lives during that event. And urban canopy can literally be a matter of life and death in those peak situations. But more often, it's regularly and frequently a matter of surviving in a hot environment versus being able to thrive when it's still 90 and 100. And I want to touch a little bit on in the future about fire resiliency and riparian restoration, but that also is an equity issue because especially where lower income neighborhoods are proximal adjacent to riparian corridors, which is not uncommon. And we really saw our lower income residents being the most impacted by the fire. And we worked really hard to try to provide opportunities for people to stay in the community. And even with all of our efforts, some people found that they were not able to. And that's that fire resiliency question also ties into equity considerations.
Yeah, and another example around equity in terms of the work that we're doing is that Amazon Creek again runs into the Long Tom, and the Long Tom runs to the city of Monroe, and it pulls its drinking water from all of the stormwater runoff. And so a city of 400 that isn't a real community but is an established bona fide city is pulling all of its drinking water from highly contaminated runoff in a really polluted urban setting, especially in Westside Eugene. There's tons of industry, a lot of pollutants, and high trafficked area. It runs into Amazon Creek, goes in the Long Tom, and then a neighboring city who does not have the funding or infrastructure to be able to do a high level of cleaning before they drink this water is receiving all of our downstream pollutants. And already the city of Monroe is pulling off top of a dam reservoir. And so they don't have cold water for all of the months of August, July and August, because it's so warm. And then that's really having high algae bloom in the water as well. So they have a lot of warm water. They're pulling off, trying to clean it their best, and they're getting all of Eugene and Springfield's downstream yuck. And so trying to hold industry accountable for those pollutants in terms of how they impact people's drinking water and work with the city of Monroe to improve their health quality is like what also our program's trying to do to rectify those human health impacts and habitat.
Great, thank you so much. That's such a good segue to our third question, which is around emerging science and some pollutants and kind of other changes that are happening kind of faster than the policy can catch up to. So I'm curious if you can talk about the policy constraints that make it challenging to respond to changing science and some of the opportunity lost for work in urban areas.
Yeah, I can do my best. I just wanted to show these pictures to just like highlight the on-the-ground work that's happening. The picture on the right, that's capturing from downspout work, so hopefully looking to take out any of those roof particulates. The picture you're seeing in the top left, that's some GSI work that we did connected to an alley because there's a ton of oil spill and through traffic around that alley, and so trying to capture chemical and pollutants before it goes into stormwater. And then the lower one, that's in a large impervious surface parking lot, and you'll see that sediment drop in that picture closest to us. And so this is big picture of what we're trying to do to identify harmful particulates to fish and to humans, strategically put them in a concrete heavy setting to be able to capture rain and runoff and parking lot toxins before they go into the facility, before it gets cleaned and then into the river. And so this is like a zoomed in version of what we're trying to do and that what best science tells us. And then our plant adaptive management sort of comes with the more science that we learn. Like, for example, the 6 ppdq, which I'm very much learning about, is tire particulates that are highly impacting coho specific fish, but that's just what we know now. And from what I understand, getting tests for 6 ppdq are really expensive. And so we're using just like best practice and data to be able to say, is this impacting our stormwater? Is it not? But doing tests at every site are really hard and cumbersome and expensive. And so trying to say probably, but then also our region doesn't have a coho population. So it's like we want to do our best with the science that we have, with the resources we have. And so we're using that to be like probably, and this is the science that we know to help our community best. So I just wanted to sort of zoom in to show this is what we do. And then ideally, this is what it looks like from, a few steps back. This is a Congregation Friends Meeting House, and our program does, these, looks kind of like a moat, really, from here, but that's a significant green stormwater infrastructure project, because again, in order for this site to be able to reduce their stormwater fees, they have to do a project of this scale, including all of the work in the front, including the bridge to get over to the facility. And then we put signs out, kind of like what Jason was saying. This is an educational opportunity. There's a school across the street. And so engaging young people, walking to and from school, about why we did this project, what it means, what the goals are. And then with the picture with the ducks, that's right next to Gibson Steel. So like a really huge steel manufacturer. And we're able to create a rain garden well enough that there's some ducks in it. So that's kind of cool. But a piece I really want to focus on, like I've talked about with working with local governments and being more of a policy nerd, is that just this past year, the Eugene City Council made the decision that because of their budget shortfalls, that they are moving a large majority of their parks maintenance budget into their stormwater facility fee. And so for the layperson, it's like, okay, got it. But for me, it's like, oh gosh, we're moving an operational expense into a fee. And that then makes the city less incentivized to work with us to get folks to not pay the fee. You're putting an ongoing expense into something that we are really working to eliminate. And so it's just, again, a uniqueness in working in an urban setting that a city council can sort of make a budgetary decision without understanding that there are programs in the community that are using that incentive to do good work in watersheds. And now it's like, kind of, where do we go from here in this like rack and stack goal? So, anyway, thank you.
Great, thank you. Jason, over to you.
Okay, yeah, we're still on the equity question, is that correct?
No, sorry, the question about emerging science.
Oh, the emerging science. Right. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so yeah, I wanted to touch a little bit on fire behavior as it pertains to urban forestry and riparian restoration in the urban environment, and discuss a little bit about what we observed in the Almeda fire. There's a presentation, great presentation on YouTube by Dr. Chris Adlam, Regional Fire Specialist for Southwest Oregon for the OSU Cooperative Extension, that lays this out very nicely. But what we saw with the Almeda fire was a largely neglected riparian corridor choked with blackberry, functioning as a fire vector. The winds were out of the southeast going northwest, which is the exact alignment of Bear Creek. But we also saw that the fire slowed and cooled and went from the canopy down to the ground level at restoration sites on Wagner Creek that the Freshwater Trust had done, and at an OWEB-funded Rogue River Watershed Council project south of Blue Heron Park in Phoenix. And that location is where the contiguous fire stopped, and it spotted in a couple of more spots before being stopped a short distance beyond that. Buildings as a source of heat and embers are far greater than urban vegetation. And so this is a difference between fire risk in a wildland-urban interface versus in an urban environment. In a wildland-urban interface where your house may be tucked up into conifer forest, the risk of having contiguous canopy may be the chief risk to your house catching on fire. But in an urban environment, the chief risk to your house catching on fire is houses and buildings upwind of your house being on fire, and the amount of heat and the amount of embers that was produced once an urban conflagration starts to happen is far greater uh, than what the urban vegetation is producing. Also, vegetation is often, sometimes I should say, just viewed as a liability. But the role of trees in slowing wind and arresting embers before they move further downwind is often overlooked. And we saw this at several locations where homes and businesses that had trees upwind of their buildings actually did not burn. And presumably that's, embers went into those trees. Those trees were, sufficiently hydrated that those embers went out instead of igniting. And so there's a lot of complexity to how fire moves through the environment and we need to think about how how the wildland urban interface is different from the urban environment. I wanted to touch a little bit on the Oregon Fire Marshal's recommendations as far as tree canopies, and that is that within 100 feet of buildings, they are suggesting at least 10 feet of space between the canopy of trees within 100 feet. Well, in an urban environment, everything is basically within 100 feet of a house or building. And while that recommendation, I think is probably very appropriate in the wildland urban interface, the costs and benefits of intersecting canopies in an urban environment are very different. And I believe that the rewards of adjoining tree canopies in the urban environment where we are able to achieve that far outweigh the risks of fire moving through the urban canopy in a way that threatens the community. But we need to be smart about urban vegetation, right? We do need to be smart, we do need to be proactive, but we shouldn't sacrifice urban canopy because that's going to be essential for maintaining livable communities in our warming climate. And we need to be prepared about future conversations about risk management as it pertains to urban trees. I had one tree planting project at a local school, and someone from the local fire department said, "Yeah, the tree canopies shouldn't be touching even after 50 years of growth." And I thought, I don't have 50 years to shade this playground for these children. And the benefits of the shade that these canopy forming trees are going to provide I think, far outweighs the risk that they could be a liability in a fire situation. So, and then I also wanted to touch on floodplain reconnection as it pertains to fire resiliency. The Rogue River, the Rogue River Watersheds Bear Creek River Mile 19 project, re-wetting that 10 acres of floodplain provides a level of fire resiliency. Those plants that are coming up where they have pulled alluvium out of the floodplain, their roots are in the water, the plants are well hydrated, and that provides a level of fire resiliency. And I wonder if floodplain reconnection as it pertains to wildfire resiliency could be a driver of project selection. For instance, could the potential for a proposed project to reduce wildfire risk along a potential fire vector be incorporated into project selection criteria? And I will pause there, and I have a little more on science if there's time. So.
Yeah, I think we're doing well on time, so maybe just a minute or two more, Jason.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Just wanted to touch on the science of quantifying urban forestry benefits. And I just want to interject here that riparian corridors in the urban environment are part of the urban forest and really need to be thought about as such. But there's new and better science quantifying the benefits of urban canopy and the remarkable return on investment that planting and urban tree care provides. Planet Geo is an outfit that has some amazing tools for measuring urban canopy and its inverse relation to urban heat island effect and the stormwater benefits. I would highly recommend looking at the research of Dr. Gregory Donovan, urban forestry researcher, formerly with the U.S. Forest Service, and his research showing the correlation of health and economic benefits of urban canopy. And he's researched everything from correlations of birth weight, incidence of disease, obviously the economic benefits, but really analysis showing that the return on investment is literally in the field of in the realm of 100 to 1. And trees in our urban environment alleviate stress. They lower our cortisol levels. They decrease anxiety and depression. And we need urban canopy for many reasons. One of them is that our nervous systems need urban canopy, and the condition of our nervous systems affects our physical health, mental health, capacity for learning, capacity for empathy, the whole community. And the fact that there is quantitative research now that's really, demonstrating those in a very, dry and statistically significant way, I think is really important to look at.
Thank you, Jason. That was really helpful addition. So I want to just open it up to our panelists and see if you have anything else to add or one key takeaway before we open it up to questions. Nothing particular, just happy to answer any questions and appreciate you having me. And I'm still learning and just grateful for the opportunity to talk to you all today.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, also thank you very much for the opportunity to be a part of this really important conversation. My take-home message is that urban forestry and riparian restoration are complementary practices with overlapping social and ecological benefits, that riparian corridors are part of the urban forest, that the lines between the riparian corridors and the rest of the urban forest aren't as stark as they may seem to our eye when you're talking about stormwater retention and infiltration, water quality benefits, ecological relationships, wildlife habitat, temperature moderation, and social benefits, including improving community equity, that what our eye might see as a sharp line at the edge of the riparian corridor really carries into the urban forest more broadly. And that urban forestry and restoration in urban environments present opportunities to merge ecological and social goals.
Perfect. Thank you so much. That's such a great note to end on. So co-chairs, members of the board, I'd love to open it up to you all and to use the remaining 15 minutes or so of our time together to have a conversation with the panelists with any questions that you might have.
Well, thank you for such a informational and impactful conversation. Thanks to the OWEB staff for organizing this and facilitating it, and a big thanks to Darian and Jason for your thoughts today. I think there's a lot of things to think about, and that is probably resonating with the board. So comments, questions for the panel? Sarah.
Yeah, Sarah Deirdall, thank you both for that presentation. Both places that you highlighted are near and dear to my heart. So, and as I first want to go to you, Darian. When I drive around Eugene and see all the cute little stormwater facilities with the "This is fish friendly" sign next to them, I know who's behind it, and I appreciate it. One of the things that I really love about it is just how visually interesting they are and how that really complements the city. You're trying to address stormwater, but it just makes our city look much prettier, which is, I think, a nice ancillary benefit. But a question that I have, and I think about, the funding situation that you described and just understanding funding streams generally is, you get a landowner or a business owner to agree to build one of these facilities, and you've got some goals for how it's going to improve, water quality. But who takes on, after the facility is constructed, who takes on the maintenance and the monitoring to keep those plants looking pretty and healthy and keep the fines from clogging filters or whatever it is? I don't know anything about these facilities, but you know what I mean? Like, who tends these cute little gardens to ensure that that they were designed for continue to be, those goals continue to be met, and who pays for that? So that's just my question. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a huge issue actually right now that the partnership is talking about. And a big reason why is because the city of Eugene and city of Springfield are both doing a bad job of keeping up with their own facilities. And then they have to go out to the other facilities and wag their finger at people not taking care of their facilities and potentially losing their permit. And so we're in a state of hypocrisy where the people who do regulate are not taking care of their business. Therefore, it's hard for them to require other people to take care of theirs. And so we're trying to figure out a better model because, again, if you go from Eugene to Springfield, there's a pretty large roundabout that connects the cities. And in the center of the roundabout, there's big, beautiful rain gardens right in the center that they built thinking about this. How do we capture the rain? We're doing all this new development. And now it's a lot of work because in order to weed and water and to maintain those, they have to close down a lane of traffic. And to close down a lane of traffic, you need a lot of public works crew. And do you do that doing a Ducks game? No, of course not. And so it's like, how do you sort of calculate this cost benefit to, I have to weed, but let's do that later. And so that's a really big question that we're trying to figure out what to do to make sure that the cities maintain theirs, therefore that their stick and not the carrot is working when they have to go out and look at people's facilities. And so at the end of our projects, we give each site a pretty beautiful, comprehensive maintenance plan that says, here are the flowers and the grasses you should be planting. Here is what you should weed. Please don't weed. Please don't use a weed whacker. Please be cognizant and hand pull. And we have a maintenance plan that goes with folks, but it's not sticking. And so right now we're thinking of like a co-op model where all of our GSI folks pay into this fee, and then the Long Tom coordinates, or we'll come to your facility twice a year and do some significant maintenance for you, and you just gotta pull the ugly dandelions. Like, we'll do the bulk. And trying to figure out a co-op model will, it alleviates that stress. We are flagging you all where we say, hey, your maintenance checks in 1 month, like, please pass, so let us help you pass. So we're trying to figure out a way to, again, increase our incentives, support business owners and landowners, and make it easy and actually make the facility work. Because right now they're just not at maximum capacity.
Seems like it would benefit their staff to have, an outdoor opportunity on work time.
Exactly,
To
yes.
reduce stress and help pull weeds. Russ, followed by Mark Labhart, please.
Thank you. Really, really helpful, insightful. Darian, I have a question then a follow-up for OWEB staff. So I was really impressed that you addressed numerically DEI-J issues, and you've actually quantified it. I can imagine sitting in the room and the struggle to, how do you weight those issues as you look at the different variable projects? And could you shed a little bit of light on that and how you came to that weighting?
Yeah, thanks. And DEI is showing up in different ways. Like, for example, in our low-income neighborhoods, there's just a lot more heat islands. So bunch of impervious surface that's just drawing in all this heat. And we think like, okay, this is where we want to focus our energy. In lower-income neighborhoods where climate change impacts are going to be more significant. And so let's put our energy here. And that can only go so far as if we have a willing landowner. And so then we think, okay, well, there's organizations that serve low-income housing, or we have historically historically Black homes in the city of Eugene. Maybe this is a really great way to invest in marginalized communities and let it be an education opportunity. And so we try momentum there, and if we have willing landowners, it goes there. And so it's like there's 4 different sort of equity approaches that we can take, from climate resiliency to who we're serving to geographic area in the city. And so it's like we try all avenues, and then whoever wants to play, that's where we go. Not really closing any door, but seeing any impact as a larger regional impact positively to the community. We've had some success with that approach.
Thank you. So my second part of my question, I remember on the OWEB board, there used to be a committee that worked on the development and refinement of our DEIJ policy, and we decided to sunset it, and there was a commitment on everybody's part that all of that framework would stay center in our decision-making. And I'm curious, from a staff perspective, as we look at projects, and today we're going to look at a whole host of restoration technical support, how do we incorporate the DEIJ in those projects? I don't see a numeric like we're seeing in your projects, but I'm curious, I just don't understand how we are factoring that into our decision-making.
I wonder, Russ, if that might, sorry, Sarah O'Brien, OWEB's Executive Director. I guess I haven't introduced myself today. There are a lot of threads that we can bring into that conversation. I wonder, Liz, if that's something you might be able to touch on during the open solicitation conversation later today as an example, maybe how that's included in our evaluation criteria. We do have our IDEA team, our DEIJ staff team is working on an updated work plan and some training opportunities for the board that we'll bring back in future meetings. And Courtney has been our management ambassador and lead on that team. And so I don't want to distract from the time with our partners to dive into detail on that, but we can follow up and bring back some additional information both today and in future meetings, if that's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mark, followed by Jesse, please.
So if you could go back to the slide on projects within or versus outside of UGB, of that chart there. And while you're doing that, thank you for your thoughts on some of this stuff, as I thought very interesting for me. So it's titled Projects Within versus Outside UGB. There we go. So I've always had the perception that this is totally different than what the facts show. So I thought that was very interesting, and thanks for that. But I do have a question. So if my math is correct, if I add the 70 received plus the 1,272 applications received, only 5% of the applications are actually coming from rural, urban areas. And so both of you, do you have a perspective on that? And I know we've got geography as part of that, but with only 5% of the applications received are coming from urban. It seems like that should be higher because there's a lot of issues out there in urban areas. And is it because they're scared to, they don't know? Is it, what's your perspective from both of you on that question?
Yeah, my perspective was when I saw the following slide on I thought all urban projects that Watersheds are working on were stormwater. I was genuinely perplexed when I saw, there's estuary work and all of the other work happening in urban settings. I think I'm just in Eugene and our work is stormwater. And so I thought everyone was probably working on stormwater, but that's not the case. And how our sort of sequence works, we're only going to submit an application when we are ready to do design and implementation. And so it sort of goes down again to our project prioritization, that we want to show you all a project that we have landowner buy-in, we've scoped out, it's meeting all of our objectives, and we're going to submit it. And all that work takes 6 months. So we submit a project when it's ready to put shovel in the ground. And because of our cyclical process around GSI work, that's how it sets up for us. I, again, am new to this, but I don't know what's happened before me. And if there was a tone of OWEB doesn't fund as many OWEB projects, I don't know. I really only have the scope around stormwater, and that's how it's been set up at the long term. But maybe even Sarah or Liz can talk more about that.
Jason, did you want to answer that question?
Not specifically. Yeah, I'll take a pass on that one.
Can I share a quick comment?
Go ahead, Sarah.
actually? I do, that's totally fair.
Okay.
The geography thing made sense, and there is a population bit too, right? So I do think, I was also surprised by the results. I think the idea originally for this panel came from previous conversations, both around our equity strategy, around this item in the strategic plan about investing in urban, and a couple of board members. Mark, I remember you had a particular interest in the contaminants based on a presentation you'd seen at the Fish and Wildlife Commission. I do still frequently hear from folks in urban areas, OWEB is not really, the right funder for me. I don't think my proposal would be successful. And so it's part of the reason we wanted to really share this information and say, like, these are showing up as really competitive projects. And so, I'm hoping just by having this conversation and kind of connecting the dots and showing our work a little bit, that we can encourage some greater volume of applications from urban areas, and for our review teams to, to get used to those project types and to start to build familiarity around practices that might be less familiar to folks who, sometimes our review team folks have been working with the agency for a very long time and are more familiar with a different kind of project, and sometimes we are as well. And so I think, it's really good to take out and examine our results and also kind of our misconceptions and our barriers and our opportunities in public, and really invite those proposals. Because I know the geography makes sense, but also you would expect there to be more proposals where the people are, for the most part too. So I think it's something to continue to work on.
Yeah, I could chime in if I could now, and that is, got my thoughts together a little bit, and that is that that urban projects, because of the challenges that we laid out, are on a per acre basis, per unit area basis, likely going to be more expensive most of the time. On the other hand, there are some benefits of those projects in urban areas that you're not going to get in rural areas. For instance, non-motorized transportation corridors like greenways, the environmental education opportunity, the opportunities to address equity more directly. And so I think it's a matter of, of weighing those trade-offs. But I certainly hope that, there will continue to be funding for urban restoration projects, including on the, more broadly on the urban forestry side, because I think the benefits are really, really significant.
I'll just jump in really quick to add from where I sit some of my observations, and OWEB staff's probably going to chuckle behind me because I'll say something about data first. One thing I wish I had be able to bring to the table is more historic data so we better understand the trends. Unfortunately, it's not in a format that we can map right now. So we were trying to get a snapshot of what we could quickly map. So you are seeing sort of a moment in history, which is helpful, but not the full picture, which probably would tell us a little bit more about the historical nature of urban projects. But what I hear in the field is they are hard for a lot of the reasons why our panelists have talked about. There's a lot more layers of bureaucracy, regulations, permits. I can see it in the grant agreements. The folks in urban areas have to give me way more permits than the rural type projects. And just kind of going back to some of the conversation yesterday, it takes a lot of engagement. And then you'll notice, and historically, there have been some pretty expensive looking engagement projects in the urban areas, because there's a lot of people to talk to and to try and have that conversation of why restoration matters. So it takes time, takes a lot of human resources, and a lot of getting through all the different red tape. So it probably slows down the volume a little bit.
Okay, I've got Jesse followed by Liz.
I keyed in on the rack and stack idea. I've never heard that before, but I liked it. And I'm curious, just given both of your experience in local government, but also what you're doing now, have you seen other places where they've had really interesting incentive models or innovative funding models, maybe to our neighbors in the south or north, where there are a lot more urban areas that like Oregon should be thinking about?
From my perspective, Just from what I've learned, that our region is unique in doing watershed work in the urban setting. Like our colleagues in Portland and Eugene talk closely together, and that's where it's in. I could be misspeaking, but that's from what I've learned. But from a local government perspective, the thing that's really challenging us right now is that it's all or nothing in terms of the stormwater facility fee. You have to capture all of your stormwater on site to get the reduction. And if it were a tiered approach, then I think our projects could match, like having to do a really large intensive surface parking lot construction for a gymnastics facility, and they're sort of trying to put two and two together themselves. It's like, wow, that's intimidating. Thinking of doing a $200,000 rain garden in our parking lot seems a little off. But that's what we'd have to do in order for them to get their fee reduction. So if we could scale it where a way that matches their needs, then that would allow for there to be local government incentives. But outside of just plain old grant funding and stormwater permit fees, I haven't seen anything else outside of that.
So I've got Liz, Dirk, Kelly, Sarah, Mark, Webb.
I'll go through. All right.
Just so we know. Go ahead, Liz.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Lindsay. Liz Ekpawa, board member. So I live in the Rogue Valley, as does Kelly, and we're just 3 exits over the border from California. And housing prices in Ashland, Medford, and the Rogue Valley reflect that geographic location. And after the 2020 Alameda fire and during it, I went up to Roxanne Butte that evening when Phoenix was burning, and it was surreal, and just saw that glow, and it was really impactful. But in the months after, I would go into some of my favorite restaurants, sit at the counter, and notice that they would have this notice like today's, funds are going to go to one of our workers. And it just dawned on me, and I see that around Medford, that the service workers for the Rogue Valley were largely housed in Phoenix and Talent. And I did not know that, but that was really, really apparent, and it speaks to, how hard hit the 2020 fires and the Alameda fire had hit a portion of the Rogue Valley, very spot on, just impactful. So, and it is so Jason, thank you for making sure that, you're moving forward to have what is a recovery also beautiful. A few years ago, I went hiking in Portugal in the Azores, and I was going at the end of the trail, and I had a tissue or something I wanted to throw away. And the guide just pointed to these beautiful shrubs at the end, and I said, he goes, it's over there. And I looked around, and here was this gorgeous, tropical, vegetation there. And I looked around, and inside of one of those shrubs was the receptacle. And it was just like, oh, this is a trash, rubbish bin. And I went and I made a comment to him, and he goes, it's the Romans. What is useful should also be beautiful. And so I'm looking at your, so I always take that, and I'm looking at your pictures of your drain water stuff and how beautiful it is. So that's just the thought that plants serve a multiple, they benefit. They're beautiful and they're useful and they transpire and they do all these really great things. So kudos, Darian, to you and Jason for the work that you do.
Dirk, followed by Kelly, please.
Hi, thank you. Dirk Renner, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, ex officio. Great presentation, very, very thought-provoking. I had a couple questions. One Sarah touched on with the cost differences between the urban and the rural. A follow-up for me was, you mentioned how you have, multiple landowners along one stretch. And with that, I imagine that there's a higher level of turnover rate with ownership. And what do you guys do to try and protect the investment when you have turnover? Like if somebody comes in and wants to redevelop something or change things, is there any sort of protections you guys have in place to protect that investment?
No.
Yeah, okay, then I suspected I had one other follow-up. Yeah. I noticed this is kind of a humorous follow-up. I saw on, I think it was 4C on your table, under the equity and include portion, that there was a category that said kind of bad in a lot of ways. Maybe you could do tell on that.
I was curious about that too.
I missed it. Can you bring it back up? That's okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. I think that without like going into, this is equity environment, thinking about where we give public funds, and if there is a business that has a lot of contention, then we are going to have to opt into that. Like maybe there is a business that has a lot of charged press behind it, but they want to do GSI. We are then opting into organization to have our beautiful signage out front of their property. And so it's sort of doing these, again, in an urban setting, you have a lot of eyes on you. And so if there is a business that's doing this, that, and the other, are we going to opt into doing this with them with public dollars, even though they're very, very eager? And so it's like, I just think that sort of sentiment is like, it's kind of bad in a lot of ways. We can't quantify it. It's probably environmental justice. It's probably location. It's probably maybe history. Maybe there's just some baggage there. And so I think that's another interesting consideration in urban settings, is that a lot of people have opinions, and we are about to put our name on this business, and we need to consider that. Hopefully that's ambiguous enough and clear enough to get at. Sure. Thank you. Yeah.
Well done.
Okay, Kelly, followed by Mark Webb, and then lunch.
I'll make it quick. Hi, Kelly Coates for the record. Again, I just want to say thank you to both of you. And echoing what Liz said, Jason, I'm actually a resident of Talent, so everything that you talked about was resonating with me as someone who takes her kids for bike rides on the Greenway through the restoration projects and looking at the educational materials. Of course, I'm stopping with my kids and making them read the signs, right? Like, this is an active restoration project. Let's talk about that. And they're like, oh, again, But I just want to tell you that it hasn't gone unnoticed, the work that you all have been doing, and seeing, kind of like Liz said, watching the fire and seeing the immediate aftermath of just sheer destruction, going from that to seeing the growth and the recovery process, not just along Bear Creek, right, but within Phoenix, within Talent, seeing those trees planted, seeing the businesses come back, seeing housing come back, has been an amazing process to watch. And I think for those of us that are kind of doing the restoration work or working in some of these urban areas, for me, when the Alameda fire hit, I never thought it was going to come up the Bear Creek Greenway. I thought it was going to come down over the mountain, maybe through Wagner Creek, actually, right? And so I've had a lot of time to think about, what is like an urban project versus what is like a wildland urban interface. And I think a lot of us as Oregonians, with the communities that we live in, and unfortunately the catastrophic wildfires that we're continuing to face and the changes in our climate, like we're all probably living in a WUI now, except for folks that are maybe, I don't know, maybe at the core of a city. But even then, it's made me sort of rethink that, and in the context of how many of the projects are we funding are urban versus, how many are we funding that are WUI or outside of the urban area, but all of the connections between those two and how closely they are connected. And so I feel like the work that you all are doing is really a great showcase for that, right? and how we can do restoration to benefit all of those things into the future. And it ties in with everything. The other thing I wrote down was partnerships, right? So because I'm more familiar with the Rogue, I know, I mean, I've gone out and helped Brian plant along riparian corridors for projects that he's done. So you're working with the Rogue River Watershed Council, obviously all the cities. I know RV Cog is out doing the monitoring, right? You've got DEQ, you've got TNC and SOFRC doing all of the burning, understory burning to help us with forestry and fire resilience into the future. And I feel like all of these things, I'm becoming a lumper as opposed to a splitter with things now because of all the things that we've been seeing and all the interfaces and really telling the story of your watershed, whether it's urban or, WUI or rural, and how we're all just in it right now. So less of a question, more of an observation, and just a big thank you for the work that you all are doing.
Mark Webb, please.
So Mark Webb, EQC Liaison. I did it. That was great. I really enjoyed it. So 2 questions. One's maybe for staff, but one's for you. I'm just curious, what's the holdup or the obstacle to a scaled tiered approach in terms of getting that so that it's probably more suitable for the different areas that you want to work in? Is that a local planning deal? Is it a state policy, an OWEB policy?
The stormwater fee that I was mentioning? Oh, yeah, that's I again dreamed about talking to council members 8 months ago about better reconciling with how to partner with us to make that a thing. And now I feel like the uphill climb of after putting operational expenses into a fee budget is I don't foresee that really ever coming to fruition. Like the park per capita for the city of Eugene is the largest in the nation. There are so many parks in the city and they need a lot of maintenance. And they've been able to sort of codify and rectify that all of our parks are stormwater, which okay. And so now they take the fees from stormwater to do park maintenance. And I walking that back after they found a way to fix their budgetary issues. Again, I worked with many local governments before this, and everyone was hit by COVID dollars. Everyone got so much money of COVID, and then they put it in their operational budget, and then the COVID dollars are gone, and then everyone has shortfalls. And so the city of Eugene found a way to address their shortfall, which is a stormwater facility, and getting them to walk that back, I don't see as realistic.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then maybe for the OWEB staff, I forget if I ever knew, do you evaluate urban applications the same as non-urban applications, same criteria, same outcomes and goals? Because it does seem like there's some important differences.
Yes, we do. It's the same evaluation criteria for every project. The criteria are different by project type. So the restoration, technical assistance, engagement have different evaluation criteria. I would note, in case you're curious about previous investments, many of the slides that Darian had are actually OWEB invested projects. So there was a technical assistance grant a long time ago that helped create the ranking prioritization tables that they have. And then also most of the slides had photos from OWEB. Yeah, the Friends Gathering Place was also one of the OWEB funded projects.
Okay, great presentation and conversation. Thank you all so much. At this time, we're going to move to lunch. We'll be back at 1 o'clock with public comment.
Thanks, Al.
Okay, everybody, we're gonna get started. Nicole, are we good to go? Okay. Thank you. All right, everyone, welcome back from that delicious lunch. Thank you so much, Nicole. Really appreciate it. We are going to move on to agenda item K, public comment. I want to thank all of the folks that commented in person yesterday and everyone that submitted written comments. Thank you, Lindsay, for recognizing them all yesterday. I really appreciate that. Just know that we do read your comments, we do listen to you, and we really appreciate the engagement that you have with OWEB. And we understand the time that it takes to come and give comments in person or submit and write comments. So thank you very much. So I'm going to remind the board members that we may ask clarifying questions only. And I am going to call the folks up that are in the room first, and then we'll go online. And the order for in-room comments is going to go Carson, Darian, Kelly, and Abby. So, Carson.
Sorry. Struggling a little bit. Chair. There are a lot of chairs. My goodness. Good afternoon. Co-Chair Coates, Co-Chair McCleary, and members of the board. It's great to be here with you all. For the record, my name is Karsten Kendrick, and I'm the Conservation Director for the Coalition of Oregon Land Trusts. We represent 32 land trusts, soil and water conservation districts, and conservation organizations working across Oregon to protect, restore, and steward private lands. Together, our members have worked to conserve over 980,000 acres. I'm very excited for when we can say 1 million. And I just wanted to share some cold updates with you all today. So I'm very excited that I brought our newest State of the Lands report with me. I have brought enough for everybody to have a copy. It's entitled The Seeds We Plant Together. And we believe that caring for nature is a unifying force. So this year's report emphasizes how Oregon land trusts strengthen the bonds between people and nature. It highlights some of our memorable stories from the past year, including community wildfire response and resilience building with the Friends of the Gorge and the Deschutes Land Trust. Covers the Amanda Peace Hike and on the Amanda Trail in Yachats with View the Future and the opportunity it brings for remembrance and renewal. Other stories include the work of Oregon Desert Land Trust and Western Rivers Conservancy at Disaster Peak Ranch, a positive case study of how ranching and conservation can go hand in hand. And finally, it celebrates the permanent protection of 775 acres of the Wall Ranch in Port Orford, Oregon, with funding from NRCS and OAHP. In 2025, by the numbers, COLT members increased total acres protected from 780,000 to 980,000. So it's amazing impact there. Completed 30 new projects and managed a total of 116,000 acres that are open to the public, which for a sense of scale is about 3,000 more than Oregon State Parks, if my numbers are still right. I also wanted to report out on the success of our most recent conference, 2026 Land Camp. So every other year, COLT works with the Washington Association of Land Trusts to plan and host Land Camp, which is a conference led by land trusts. This year, we were in Florence, Oregon, and hosted over 300 attendees from across the Pacific Northwest who gathered for 36 workshop sessions covering emerging topics in land return, communications, conservation, stewardship, and more. We were welcomed by Chief Doug Barrett of CT Clusie, who provided a keynote, and heard from another speaker, Chad Brown, who covered his thoughts on land, memory, and belonging. Finally, we are gearing up for the 2027 legislative session. Last Friday, we co-hosted a tour with the Oregon Ag Trust, Black Oregon Land Trust, and East Multnomah Soil and Water Conservation District to talk about agricultural economies inside and outside of urban growth boundaries, the power of working lands conservation easements, and the importance of funding OAHP. And we're working to pull together demand to prepare for the legislative session ask for both that program and drinking water. So those are my updates. Thanks so much for the time today.
Thank you so much, Carson. Any clarifying questions? Okay, thank you. Okay, next up is Darian.
Hello, thank you so much for chairs and the board for having me. My name is Darian Lightfoot, and I'm the executive director of the Longtom Watershed Council. I've been in this role for about a year and a half, and we're based in Eugene, and I'm hoping to talk today on two topics, the council capacity funding and support for openness on round mergers, which you all heard more yesterday. Council capacity funding is incredibly crucial for the work of watersheds. Building off of yesterday, the Longtom is now needing to do a federal audit because we passed the $1 million threshold of federal funding, which costs us about $26,000 a year. That is a new line item in our budget that we're going to have to do every year. We also have a pretty robust prescribed and cultural burn program, meaning that our fire insurance has increased about $13,000 a year. The Longtom also supports our traditional ecological inquiry program, where we engage with Indigenous youth. This requires background checks and additional insurance in engaging with young people. This is all incredibly necessary to our work, not to mention fidelity insurance, fraud insurance, directors and officers insurance to protect our board, cybersecurity, etc. This leads me to encourage that all eligible watersheds have access to capacity funding. I believe in the mantra to raise all boats. Even if this decreased the Longtom's award, I think that it's worth that all orgs get their basic needs met. So now to talk about the merger rule. A little about me. I'm from rural Iowa. I did river cleanups as a kid, but that mainly meant pulling trucks and fridges that were dumped in the Mississippi out of the river. I was on trail crew for a while with the Conservation Corps. All that to say that my professional expertise is much more in organizational development, policy, public budgets. I don't come with a lot of restoration experience, and I'm not a scientist, but what I do know is around how we can better develop our watersheds throughout the state. I see so much opportunity in how these 52 501c3s can rethink how we operationalize, and regional autonomy would allow for that. I highly encourage that OWEB allow the council capacity to remain in full if watersheds take the chance of coming together to be more impactful in their communities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. No questions? Okay. Thanks, Kelly.
Thanks. Good afternoon, co-chairs, member of the board. My name is Kelly Beamer. For the record, I'm the executive director of East Multnomah Soil and Water Conservation District. And I want to say how much I appreciated your panel focusing on urban restoration opportunities, because our district encompasses that urban-rural divide. We serve several census tracts that have some of the highest social vulnerability and climate vulnerability numbers in the state of Oregon. So I really appreciate that attention. I'm here today to speak about the Kelly Creek Dam Removal and Restoration Technical Assistance Grant, number 227-3024, submitted by Mount Hood Community College. For the past decade, our district has worked really closely with the college to improve water quality and fish and wildlife habitat in the Sandy River Basin. The Kelly Creek Dam Removal Project is a capstone investment, and I wanted to speak briefly and highlight some of the ecological and climate resilient impacts that this project will have. For context, Kelly Creek is right above Beaver Creek, where Metro has invested millions of dollars over the last decade to restore that body of water, including replacing culverts in all the surrounding area, including upstream in Kelly Creek, helicoptering in large woody debris in the middle of Gresham, which was quite wild, and addressing 6 PPDQ by installing restoration sites. As a result, that tributary is springing back to life and supporting sustainable runs of salmon, lamprey, and beaver are back. Kelly Creek Dam is just upriver and has a confluence right on campus. The project is a dam removal, taking down an earthen dam that currently creates a hot water pond. That pond is spilling over temperature water that is lethal to fish at this point, and it is 303 delisted. So we've also recently learned that Gresham has been doing temperature monitoring in Kelly Creek and has found these cold water springs that are actually pumping water up into that system that are 2 degrees colder than Beaver Creek, which flows right into Sandy. So removing this dam would remove a hot water pollutant, open up miles of habitat for fish, and also bring that cold water down into the system. Population habitat modeling by the Portland Water Bureau suggests that opening up Kelly Creek could boost Beaver Creek populations of ESA-listed species 13 to 18%. Briefly want to touch on new funding information. Since the applicants submitted their funding request through the TA grant application cycle, they were awarded a private forest accord grant through ODFW that will pay for $197,400 worth of the technical assistance. The new adjusted amount that this project needs from OWEB is $298,000. This is 40% less. My understanding is that changes to the spending plan have identified $500,000 that are available to applicants, and my ask and request to you all today is that you consider this new information and provide funding to the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. All right, Abby?
All right. Most of you look familiar. We went on a tour this morning, so good afternoon, board members. My name is Abby Forrest with the Wasco County Soil and Water Conservation District, and I'm speaking today on behalf of Peter Grubb, Ranch Manager for the Washington Family Ranch. Peter is unable to attend today due to the wildfires affecting their operation and asked me to represent the project on his behalf. I am respectfully asking the board to move the Upper Muddy Creek Rangeland Health Improvement Project above the funding line, or alternatively consider partial funding. This project would restore 550 acres of juniper encroached rangeland and develop an off-channel spring in the headwaters of the Muddy Creek watershed. These actions were identified as a top priority through a previously OWEB-funded Coordinated Resource Management Plan and are supported by conservation partners including ODFW, NRCS, Jefferson County SWCD, and the Wasco County SWCD. The ecological benefits are clear. Juniper removal will restore native grassland function, improve forage availability, and enhance habitat conditions for mule deer, pronghorn, and ground nesting birds. The project area is located within an important wildlife landscape identified by ODFW, and the review team recognized its value for wildlife habitat and watershed health. Importantly, the review team's primary concern was the proposed seed mix, not the restoration strategy itself. The applicant is fully willing to revise the seed mix to incorporate more native species and focus reseeding only on areas where soil disturbance occurs, such as burn scars associated with the juniper treatment and spring development. This approach directly addresses the review team's concerns while preserving the project's wildlife habitat and rangeland restoration objectives. The review team ultimately recommended the project be funded with conditions. If funding constraints are a consideration, this project is highly scalable. Rather than treating all 550 acres at once, the project could be implemented in 100-acre blocks while still including the spring development component and targeted reseeding of disturbed areas. Even a smaller phase would provide meaningful habitat improvements, restore ecological function, and allow implementation to begin immediately. We would welcome the opportunity to work with staff on an appropriately scaled funding amount that still accomplishes meaningful restoration work on the ground. Peter Grubb and the Washington Family Ranch remain fully committed to providing match, labor, equipment, and a long-term stewardship of this project. This is a shovel-ready project with a committed landowner, strong partner support, and a review team recommendation to fund with conditions. The concerns identified can be addressed, and the scope can be adjusted to fit available resources. For these reasons, I respectfully ask the board to move the Upper Muddy Creek Rangeland Health Improvement Project above the funding line or provide partial funding so that this important restoration work can begin. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Clarifying question, could you give us the project number?
Yeah. Which is funny, I wrote it down and then Nicole took my paper and threw it away.
4006.
There you go, thank you.
4006.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, we are going to move to our virtual commenters. Nicole, do we have everybody? Okay, great. For this, we will go with Ken Beerley, then Melissa Petshower, then Whitney Roner, then Michael Marlowe. So Ken.
Thank you. Co-chairs Coates and McCleary, board members, and staff. I provided lengthy written comments in context that covers context, importance, timeliness, and significance of project number 2775018. It's the Warm Springs Valley Spring Monitoring Technical Assistance Project. And I'd like to cover three things that weren't in that letter. One is I'd like to address specifically the concerns identified by the review team. Second, I would like to talk a little bit about the staff funding recommendation. And third, I'd like to talk a little bit about the importance of this project going forward. The specific comment from the review team concern expressed was, quote, "It is unclear why existing spring monitoring protocols will not be used and why new methods need to be developed to accomplish the monitoring." The application is actually quite clear that the recent methods of monitoring that would be continued. On page 7 of the application, it specifically states, quote, "The information from the 2017 measurements will be used to target the 7 springs where recent data using those methods previously applied. Other springs that have not been measured will be evaluated to identify potential ways to measure flow." That's from the application itself. The application is clear that the existing protocols from the most recent monitoring by Oregon Water Resources Department in 2017 will be continued. It also identifies that there are other springs where that type of measurement is not possible, and new methods will be developed to measure the diffuse flow from springs where you don't have a channelized flow that you can measure discharge directly. The entire purpose of the monitoring manual is to have consistent measurements through time and measurements suitable for different spring situations. The second concern raised in the application review, quote, "The new methods developed may not be transferable and only benefit the specific areas identified in the scope of work." It was unclear to me what that really meant. There have been estimates of flow made in 1902, 1903, 1907, and then some measurement in 1932 by USGS, but it's not documented how they measured. So having one-time estimates, measurements through time, through nearly 85 years or more, really doesn't give you any more information than actually it's still flowing or not still flowing. So what is really important here, the significance of this effort is develop a consistent and repeatable set of measurements to establish a background and consistent data that can be compared with restoration efforts. So as groundwater pumping is changed in the basin, the effect on spring flow can be determined whether it's connected or not. And so these single measurements at a point in time fail to be particularly useful in being able to know much about the springs. What we're trying to find out and what is important here, and because of the diverse nature of spring discharge, methods will have to be required to fit the nature of the discharge. Also, since spring monitoring of spring discharge is rare in the state, and a manual for a specific documented set of springs can help others figure out how they might be able to do similar effort. Springs are an indicator of the connection between surface and groundwater, and it's really important.
Hey, Ken.
Yes.
You are over the 4-minute mark. Can you wrap up your comments, please?
Yeah, within 4 more minutes. Sorry. The staff recommendation is to the regional review team recommended funding this project. The staff did not recommend any technical assistance funding from Region 5, the largest region. So there's a significant amount of money. Even if this were funded, there would be more money in the next round of technical assistance grants that has been applied than in the appropriated previously or recommended previously for the last 2 rounds. The importance of the application is also been recognized by the governor. So the implementation of the Harney Basin by the Oregon consensus to develop a collaborative for implementation in the Harney Basin groundwater program is recognized by the governor, and that happened after the submission of the grant application. So I urge the OWEB board to fund the application 227-5018 to the amount of $125,844. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Okay. Melissa, you're up.
Good afternoon, Co-Chair Coates, Co-Chair Makari, and OWEB board members. For the record, I'm Melissa Petschauer, the Ecological Programs Coordinator for High Desert Partnership. High Desert Partnership is based in Harney County, and our mission is to bring people together to solve local problems. We believe collaboration, the simple practice of working together, is the best way to find common ground solutions that benefit all. I provided written comments for you all, but I wanted to take the opportunity today to provide verbal comments as well for the Warm Springs Valley Technical Assistance Grant 227-518-25022 open solicitation application. This application was recommended by the OWEB review team to be funded, but now is falling below the funding line. The goal of this application is to develop a consistent methodology to measure spring flow and water quality data and to initiate an ongoing monitoring program to evaluate changes through time. While this manual will be developed around the springs in the Warm Springs Valley, the idea is to create a manual that has techniques that can be replicated throughout Harney County and other communities that are looking to gather information. Existing protocols were last used in 2017, and while some of these methods will be continued, it was determined that not all springs could be measured with these methods. Studies suggest that the source of these springs may be impacted by groundwater pumping, but they also indicate that these springs are likely to be valuable climate resilient water sources for people and nature. Spring flow in the area supports wetlands that are critical for migrating and resident birds. An estimated 70% of migratory birds, including over 6 million water birds, annually pass through the Southern Oregon, Northeastern California region, and this includes the Harney Basin. The development of the Springs Monitoring Protocol is more timely than ever. In December of 2025, the Oregon Water Resources Commission unanimously voted to designate the Harney Basin as a critical groundwater area. This designation highlights the need for a better understanding of the complete hydrological picture of Harney County. And the development of springs monitoring protocols will initiate important components so data collection can be where information has been inadequate or completely missing. In response to this designation, the 4 local governments, Harney County, Burns-Paiute Tribe, the City of Burns, and City of Hinds, petitioned Governor Kotek to designate the Harney Basin Water Implementation Collaborative as an Oregon Solutions Project. The Harney Basin Water Implementation Collaborative has also identified the need to better understand the status and trends of springs and groundwater-dependent ecosystems. The need for springs monitoring in Harney County has been identified in the Harney Basin Integrated Community Water-Based Resource Strategy, the Oregon Integrated Water Resource Strategy, the USGS Groundwater Basin Study, and the Now Here National Wildlife Refuge Comprehensive Conservation Plan. High Desert Partnership, along with their partners, have recognized the need for a better understanding of springs in Oregon. This is not funding just for a 2-year technical assistance grant, but this funding puts in motion future monitoring and restoration in Harney County and hopefully throughout Oregon. I urge the OWEB board to fund application 227-518-2502, the Warm Springs Valley TA. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Whitney? Whitney, we can't hear you.
All right, how about now?
Yes.
Here we go. All right, I'm Whitney Roner with the Baker Soul Water Conservation Districts, and Mike Marlowe's going to jump in front of me, otherwise my comment won't make any sense.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Michael Marlowe with Clear Creek Cattle Company. We've partnered closely with Baker SWCDs for many years, have a long history of implementing conservation projects efficiently and effectively. During the open solicitation period for OWEB Spring Restoration Large Grant Cycle for Region 5, the Eagle Valley SWCD submitted an application for the second phase of a three-phase project we are working on, number 227-5003, Boulder Flat Irrigation Part 2. The first phase project, number 223-5029, Boulder Flat Irrigation, was funded in the fall of 2023 and was successfully implemented in the spring of 2025. Not only is the Phase 1 project operating beautifully, but the OWEB review team ranked the application on February 11th for priority. One of the strengths noted on the evaluation form stated, the work completed in this Phase 1 project will contribute to work in an upcoming phase. However, when the Phase 2 project, number 227-5003, was recently reviewed, the application was ranked as do not fund. The review team's concerns with the project included removing dangerous hawthorn vegetation, concerns about elk habitat loss, and the lack of a fish screen on the existing diversion. Both circumstances were present during the Phase 1 application review and were not noted as concerns. The phased project was described in detail in the original grant application and was noted as a positive aspect of the proposed project. One of the main objectives in the original grant application stated that a new steel rate-controlled community head box would be installed at the existing point of diversion on Clear Creek, and the lack of a fish screen was never mentioned by the review team at that time. To utilize the community head box and move forward with Phase 2 objectives, we and our neighbor secured Idaho Power Company Water Efficiency Program funds to convert from flood to sprinkler with the purchase of pivot systems. Flood to sprinkler conversion management practices are encouraged in both ODA's Powder Basin Ag Water Quality Management Plan, as well as Oregon DEQ's TMDL Water Quality Management Plan for E. coli in the Powder River Basin. However, we will not be able to move forward with these water quality improvements without securing the Phase 2 fundings. We would like OWEB to reconsider the do not fund status. Thank you.
And I'm back to Whitney Roner. The current Powder, Brownlee, Burnt River TMDL for E. coli lists irrigation conversion as the best management practice. Reducing runoff from irrigated fields into the waterways will reduce E. coli contamination in our system. If irrigation efficiency projects aren't being funded, landowners will have to default to flood irrigation, which is actively contributing to water quality impairment, sedimentation, and nutrient inputs, as stated in our area plan, as well as numerous previously funded OWEB grant applications across the state. Furthermore, flood irrigation has zero systems in place for screening fish or preventing entrapment, whereas sprinkler systems can provide a level of protection by screening intakes and closed pipes. The landowners are voluntarily approaching the SWCDs, wanting to improve habitat and water quality on their privately owned ground. I urge the OWEB board to consider all statewide, county, and federal plans and use a standard approach to all large grant application ranking. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Whitney and Mike. Okay, no questions. That wraps up public comment. Thank you, everyone who provided comments. Again, we really appreciate your engagement with OWEB. We are going to move on to agenda item L, the Open Solicitation Grant Offering Board Awards. These can be found on page 128 of your ebook. And we're going to have Eric Williams and the other RPRs. Okay, great. Oh, and before you get started, I just want to let the board know that after the staff presentation, we're going to take a short break, then we're going to reconvene for the deliberations and awards.
All right. Get all situated. Actually, Eric is not coming up, but he's right behind me in case we need him. For the record, good afternoon. For the record, my name is Liz Redon. I am the regional program representative for OWEB covering the Willamette Valley. And we are going to do a little just musical chairs, and the RPRs will go through and rotate and do our portions of the presentation. And so this time I am kicking us off on agenda item L, which is the Winter 2026 Open Solicitation Grant Offering. And starting with a quick reminder as to why we are presenting a funding recommendation to you today. And it's because we have some constitutional language that authorizes OWEB to fund grants to acquire land or water that will protect or restore fish and wildlife habitat, carry out projects to protect or restore fish and wildlife habitat, and carry out projects to protect or restore natural watershed processes or functions to improve water quality or stream flow. After that, the Constitution says that OWEB can also fund things like technical assistance, engagement, and monitoring activities that are necessary for accomplishing those projects described in the blue box. Also, according to the Constitution, those allowable use of lottery funds on that previous slide should result in all of these expected outcomes. The diversity of projects recommended each open solicitation grant cycle result in investments that check all of these boxes. Restoration actions improve water quality by increasing shade along the streams or reducing sediment or toxins entering water bodies. Habitats are restored at locations protected long-term by conservation easements and are restored across private and public ownerships and in urban and rural landscapes across the state. Together, these outcomes support a diversity of ecosystems and native species important to Oregon and its communities. This is all possible by involving people in voluntary action. Now we're going to move to how we create this recommendation for the projects. At the last meeting, we used this stair step to describe what happens when OWEB receives an application. And I will only hit on some highlights of the process today, just to give some context of how we got to this recommended list of projects today. And starting at the bottom of our stairs, when we receive the application, the process starts with time spent learning about the projects. Review teams of experts go out in the field with OWEB staff and applicants to learn about the projects and ask clarifying questions. And we find getting in the field and seeing what it looks like on the ground is really helpful for us to fully understand the project that is proposed. There are review teams in each of the 6 regions of the state that are made up of experts from tribes, federal and state agencies, and universities. More importantly, though, they collectively have that watershed ridgetop to ridgetop expertise that we need to be able to review these applications. And as you look at this slide, this is a summary of all the expertise on the review teams. And you can see there's a very broad depth of expertise. And this is a part of our process that we really value as staff because we just couldn't possibly review these applications within so many diverse landscapes without these folks to spend time with us doing this. And so we just really appreciate their time for this. After we go out and look in the field, we lock them in a room for a day, kind of like we do to you all for a couple of days. It's the OWEB way. And we ask them to complete steps 3 and 4 on that slide. So they have two tasks. First, they must recommend projects based on evaluation criteria described in administrative rule. You have in your board books the copies of the same bubble diagrams that our reviewers have to help them quickly reference those administrative rules so that we can keep the review conversation to what's in rule for criteria and not go outside those boundaries. The team discusses each project and they highlight the strengths and concerns related to the criteria. And then we document those comments in the evaluation that are provided to you in the board books. They recommend the projects based on whether that project has enough attributes indicating the project is likely to succeed. Second, they must prioritize the projects based on those evaluation criteria again, the certainty of success, the watershed benefit for the cost as described in administrative rule. This becomes that list of projects that OWEB staff uses to draw the funding lines. During the meeting, we use tools to ensure that the voting and the prioritization is anonymous, and there's a staff facilitation team that does not participate in the discussion, but rather we're facilitating, asking some clarifying questions and queuing up those evaluation criteria so that we can collect their feedback for the evaluations, which is that step 5 after the meeting. That's when staff takes all that information and distills it into those evaluations that are distributed to both the applicants and to the board. At the end of the review, we're there at step 6 in the funding lines. What we have is 6 lists, 1 per region of ranked projects recommended for funding for each of the project types. So that's restoration, technical assistance, and engagement. Unfortunately, we cannot afford every project that gets recommended, so we do have to draw a funding line. And so we do that, and everything above the line becomes recommended by staff in the evaluation, and anything below the line is below the funding line. To draw this funding line, we consider things like that constitutional language on the first slide, the criteria and rules that are in the bubble diagrams, the evaluative comments from the review teams, the spending plan that is provided to us by the board, and then also staff feedback helps us better understand how the review conversation went. And we look for a weight of evidence indicating which projects have the most attributes for success within the available funding. The funding line drawn balances funding current projects with retaining enough funds so that we make sure we have funding available for our future cycles within the biennium. This brings us to the last step, number 7, which is the award, which is where we're at today, where we present our recommendation to you, and you as the board consider the projects, and you're the only ones that have the authority to award the projects. All right, so moving to what we were presented for our winter 2026 open solicitation cycle. And this is our recommendation. It's a summary of what came in and what we are recommending. This table, if you look across the top, those are the grant types. So restoration, technical assistance, and engagement were the projects that we reviewed. We received 113 applications that totaled a little over $27 million. We are recommending 67 applications, which is a little over $15 million. Details for each region are provided in the staff report, including a statewide map and also regional maps indicating where these projects are located. Moving to the spending plan, this is how this recommendation looks within the spending plan. As a reminder, the spending plan does not allocate funding by region or by cycle, only by grant type. We pace awards so that funding is available for the 3 cycles planned for the 25-27 biennium, but OWEB can spend more or less within a cycle depending on how the review looks. This is the second of 3 awards in the 25-27 biennium, so we have 1 more cycle ahead of us. The spending plan balance column shows the allocations for each grant type assigned by the board. The staff recommendation column is the total for each grant type that is recommended for today. And then the final column shows the funds that will remain after this award for that final cycle. That is actually, the applications are due on Monday. This table does incorporate the numbers that you approved yesterday in the rebalance plan. So thank you for those additions. That helps us out a lot in stretching the dollars. Also, I'll just note monitoring, there is not a recommendation for monitoring because it is only offered once a year, and so this is our off cycle. So now I'm going to move you to the bottom part of the slide, the pie charts. This is just to provide a visual of what we mean by pacing awards within the spending plan. Typically, we look at the spending plan and look at each of the project types, and we divide up the number of cycles to try and estimate what is our ballpark for what we can spend each cycle. So you see those numbers in that green box next to the project types. So for restoration, roughly our target has been around 13.3 million per cycle to stay within the spending plan. If we spend more or less, we obviously have to adjust how much is available for future cycles. So that's what we're balancing. And so what you see in that gray for summer 2026, that is what remains for the final cycle, again, for the applications that are due on Monday. So that's what we're trying to keep in play for the future cycle. All right, I'm going to shift us a bit again, and we're going to dig a little deeper into the recommended project by presenting examples from each of the regions. Since there was a question after our last presentation for open solicitation about how our open solicitation projects are intersecting with the executive order on climate, we've incorporated into this presentation some highlights as to how the projects are building climate resilience across the state. So as you are listening and watching the presentation, look for icons like these on this slide that will indicate where those intersections occur between the recommended projects and the executive order for climate. For the Willamette, I am summarizing 2 technical assistance projects that will further highlight opportunities in urban areas and build on our discussion from this morning and provide a little more context about some of the opportunities we're seeing in the urban landscapes. The first one is a new conservation and prioritization model for the Portland-Vancouver intertwined region, which was submitted by Metro. Urban habitats and biota are subjected to intense pressures from climate change, pollution, land use change, habitat and connectivity loss, fish and wildlife movement barriers, invasive species, water quality and quantity issues, and altered disturbance regimes, including both fire suppression and fire risk, just to name a few. So this gives you a sense of how complicated these urban projects can be. New urban areas continue to be developed, but due to the lack of guidance on protecting the most important habitats and fish and wildlife movement corridors, upland forests are logged for timber without considering the climate resilient oak embedded within. New roads are built without considering how they might impact habitat connectivity, and some of the largest remaining oak patches have disappeared. As you can see on this slide, these are before and after photos of some oak habitats in the metro area that have been considerably reduced. A critical habitat planning gap will be addressed by crosswalking the habitat connectivity data with ODF&W State Wildlife Action Plan and also climate resilience scores. This will provide a 10-year roadmap for restoration and acquisition projects across the Portland metro area. The new climate and equity-informed conservation toolkit can guide future restoration, land protection, and land use decisions. By integrating oak distribution, habitat connectivity, and community vulnerability data, the project can help avoid loss of key fish and wildlife movement corridors, strengthen climate resilience, and ensure the conservation priorities reflect both ecological and social values. Note right there in the middle are climate resilient attributes icons there. So for this project, the expected technical assistance products will address climate resilience by leading to projects that restore diverse and complex habitats, connect habitat corridors, and protect space that will also provide the time for ecological processes. And then the second project in the Willamette is from the Middle Fork Willamette Watershed Council. It is the Island Park Slough Green Stormwater Infrastructure and Restoration Feasibility Study. Green stormwater infrastructure and riparian and in-stream restoration will be developed across public and private properties in the Springfield area. This will address stormwater pollution, sediment accumulation, habitat degradation, and flood vulnerability. The resulting restoration project will slow, spread, and filter runoff and reduce peak flows and sediment loads downstream, while also providing ecological uplift for the habitat. The restored riparian corridor and in-stream complexity will enhance resilience to the hotter temperatures that are expected and more variable precipitation patterns. It will increase shade and cold water refugia for salmonids, support long-lived biomass for carbon sequestration, and improve soil and floodplain function for long-term climate adaptation. Green stormwater infrastructure can provide a cost-effective avenue to filter pollutants that are currently entering the Willamette in urban areas like Springfield. Collectively, these actions create a connective network of water quality improvements, habitat corridors, and climate buffering infrastructure. This will position the Island Park Slough as a durable, adaptive system capable of sustaining fish and wildlife in increasing urban and climate-stressed watershed. And again, I'll just note those climate-related icons there. This technical assistance will provide a product that will address climate resilience by leading to projects that connect habitats, expand space and time for water quality ecological processes, and support a vibrant community. And with that, I will pass it to the next presenter.
Okay, good afternoon, board co-chairs, board members. For the record, I am Kobe Menton, OWEB's East Region or Region 5 Program Representative. And today I'm here to talk about an engagement project, project number 227-5021, submitted by the Greater Hells Canyon Council, and the project title is Northeast Oregon Riparian Restoration and Beaver Coexistence. Excuse me. The objective of this project is to engage Northeast Oregon communities and implement low-tech process-based restoration and beaver coexistent projects and increase the scale and scope of this restoration. So I'll draw your attention to the slide, top center photo. That is an example of beaver coexistence. That is a pond leveling device. It's installed to allow the beaver to be in place, but not allow the pond to get so large that it damages or compromises adjacent infrastructure. And then the photo right below that is a photo of a beaver impacted landscape, hydrated wet meadow with a functioning beaver colony there. We can see their lodge in place, and we can see that the stream running through this habitat is indeed impacted by beavers and having the results that we look for them to produce for us. Hydrated wet meadows, engaged floodplains, valley side to valley side. An important part of this project includes their partners. Not only is there the Greater Hells Canyon Council, the Nez Perce Tribe is involved, Fish and Wildlife Service, the U.S. Forest Service, Powder Basin Watershed Council down in Baker County, a multitude of landowners and other nonprofit organizations in the region. Work area, let's move to the right side of the slide. I pulled this slide from the application. This is inside, the work area is inside the red polygon. It includes Baker, Union, and Wallowa counties. And currently the partnership is working on modeling areas that they want to focus this work in the upper Grand Ronde Basin, so think Union County, as well as the lower Grand Ronde or the Wallowa Basin in Wallowa County. So engagement, what will they do? What are their methods? What is their scope of work as presented in the application? There's 5 or 6 actions they propose, and they did in the application of quantifying each of their specific actions, how many they want to do, how many people they want to engage, and what they are. So the first is they're going to host pub talks or community forums discussing low-tech process-based restoration and coexistence methods. Second thing is recruit community members and ambassadors to engage with targeted landowners in priority watersheds. They're going to implement demonstration projects across the watersheds to bring people to go see them. There's already a lot of them in the watershed right now, but a lot of them tend to be way out of the way. They're going to have information and demonstration boards at local businesses. This work oftentimes occurs on private land, whether it be ranching land or farmland, private forest land. So think about where those landowners, land managers would go, and they're going to the supply stores, the hardware stores, the feed stores. They plan to have information boards and demonstrations at those places of business. And they're also planning to do workforce training. There's a lot of people out there, a lot of construction outfits who may not have the knowledge or the capacity at this time to do this low-tech process-based restoration, and they plan to host training sessions for contractors. Okay, restoration benefits and climate resilience, what are they? Number one, increase water quantity and retention higher in the watersheds. This is really provides benefit by the attenuation of flood flows. If we've got well-connected floodplains like we see in this picture on the lower center, that helps attenuate flood flows, protecting downstream communities and infrastructure, as well as the water stored in these habitats has the potential to impact droughts. In other words, extend flow in creeks later into the hot season in the summer. So improvement to drought conditions. Beaver habitat improves the water quality. It improves habitat and biodiversity for both aquatic and terrestrial wildlife. And it can actually support and promote agricultural management goals. If there's more water higher in the watersheds that's not in the reservoir because it got transported out of a watershed by a very efficient transport system, it's higher in the watersheds. Could provide benefit to late season irrigation as well as later into the season stock watering methods. It helps with carbon sequestration, again, especially if we have conditions like in that lower center photo, valley side to valley side floodplain and stream connection, we get some carbon sequestration benefits. And it also, when we have intact riparian areas, beaver impacted riparian areas, we get resistance to wildfire. So I'll draw your attention to the photo in the circle on the lower left. We see a fire impacted landscape. And we also see an intact riparian area. That riparian area has been modified and impacted by the presence of beavers. That area was largely resilient to the wildfire that was in the uplands adjacent to it. Second slide, I'll draw your attention to the diagram on the top, the 4-block diagram, and I'll describe it from left to right. Currently, many of our streams look like the block on the left. Incised channel, low water table, vegetation characterized by upland vegetation and a very low signature of riparian species. We also see the installation of low-tech process-based restoration, beaver dam analogs, whatever they may be, and we move to block 2. We see erosion, we see channel change. That erosion is very necessary to maintain the structures that people put in. The sediment is needed to help keep them sealed, to help them keep ponding water and holding water back. Moving to block 3, we see beaver reoccupied. Perhaps they're maintaining the structures that people put in. Maybe they're building their own, but we see an elevating water table. We see some engagement with the adjacent floodplain, and we see the start of the conversion from upland vegetation to a riparian plant community. And then down the road some years, we see a fully functioning side-to-side floodplain stream course system where beaver are actively maintaining. Our water table has elevated, and our riparian vegetation continues to mature into climax or approaching climax riparian vegetation. Moving to the bottom of the slide, this is a before and after photo from a recently completed project by the Powder Basin Watershed Council in the Upper Burnt River Watershed in Baker County. On the left photo, we can see, again, an incised channel, very, very low ability for that channel to engage with its adjacent floodplain, and vegetation characterized by upland species. As we go to the photo on the right, we can see a beaver dam analog has been installed. That conifer we see in the first photo has been directionally felled in front of the beaver dam analog. And we see a buck and pole fence that's protecting riparian vegetation that is to some extent intact. That fencing is designed not only to keep out domestic livestock which graze the area, but also deer and elk who will predate on riparian species. So why here, why now? This engagement is timely, why? Why here, why now, and why is this timely? The methods are economical compared to traditional floodplain restoration methods using heavy equipment, where a large bulk earth movement is required, and well-outfitted construction companies are needed. Also, small organizations can implement the projects, often using materials on site without the need for heavy equipment, reducing project cost, and extending the restoration. And finally, and before I pass this presentation off to Katie, this engagement is timely given the recent pushback on floodplain restoration work in Northeast Oregon. Several communities have taken issue with this work, citing potential impacts to traditional land use, agriculture, mining interests, and domestic water facilities. And this engagement is intended to address these reservations. Thank you for your time. Katie, you're up.
Okay, thank you, Kobe. Good afternoon. Katie Duzick. I am the Region 1 Program Representative hailing from the North Coast, and I am here to tell you what we have going on over on the North and Central Coast. In our restoration portfolio, we've got 4 restoration projects recommended for funding, and if you delve into the project details at all, you'll notice that they all share a common theme. All 4 of the recommended projects are addressing the lack of habitat complexity by installing large wood in our streams. And I thought I would take a step back and just talk, I might be preaching to the choir here, but why we're doing this. Why are folks on the North Coast so obsessed with putting sticks in the stream, as the fish biologists like to call it? So the lower left-hand photo is that of my review team visiting a previously implemented large wood site on Elk Creek. That's in the Nikolai-Wikia watershed, kind of by Astoria. And we like to go back and visit implemented projects where we can. It's a learning opportunity for the team, and it's really nice for them to also see projects that we all funded in action. So this is an OWEB project that you all recommended for funding probably 3 years ago that was implemented in the summer of 2025. And so wood has a lot of climate benefits. We talk a lot about habitat complexity for fish, but I want to focus briefly and generally on the climate benefits of doing this type of work. So large wood does increase hydraulic resilience in our watersheds. And so as winter storms increase in intensity, we're experiencing higher peak flows. The wood helps to kind of slow everything down, engage the stream with the floodplain. It creates more channel stability, also helps to retain sediment that might otherwise get flushed downstream. We need our sediment, and we need sediment sorting for our fish to be successful in spawning and rearing. So it has a really good fish and climate benefit there. Also thermal resilience. So this is something that large wood can help both in a microhabitat kind of way. It gives the fish a place to hang out under the large wood and escape high temperatures briefly. It also helps the stream engage with the hyperrheic zone. And just a sideboard for Hydrology 101, the hyperrheic zone is that space in between the sand, gravel, and rocks, either adjacent or sometimes underneath a river, that will interact with the river water. So it's a place where the groundwater and river water come together, and it has the nice benefit of cooling some of our streams, which as temperatures continue to rise, turns out to be a really good thing for our aquatic life. So I just want to feature this project. This is a past project, so it's same as our review team going back and looking at things we've done. This is something that you all did as well. This is the Big Creek project. It's about 10 miles south of Yachats, and it's an OWEB-funded restoration on an OWEB-funded acquisition, so maybe my favorite combination of things to work on. And the Mid-Coast Watershed Council put over 200 pieces of wood in the floodplain, and also in the stream channel. So on the left of the picture, you can see the in-stream structures that are designed to really stay in place. They're engaging with the floodplain. They're slowing down that really high winter flow, preserving the channel stability, providing places for fish, and having innumerable climate benefits by cooling down the stream. So good stuff all around. So in-stream habitat complexity, we do talk a lot about this again, and I wanted to bring back another project that you all funded. This was funded in 2023. It was implemented in 2024. This is a place in the Nehalem watershed called God's Valley Creek. And it's really aptly named if you have a chance to go up there. It's really nice on a hot summer day. It's got a great riparian area. The before photo is there to the left, and that's what it looked like prior to restoration. it was kind of a single thread channel. Yeah, nice place to be, but if you're a fish, you're not really finding much to do there besides move on through that big, long riffle. And so increasing the habitat complexity by placing large wood has really altered the system. And I put a video in here and it's probably not gonna work and everyone's gonna say, you shouldn't have done that, Katie. This is the only way I can really show you. Okay, I wanted to show you what happens when a stream flows through one of these structures. And so it's nothing fancy, but you can see a little bit of the multi-thread channel stuff happening. And then especially now you can see some gravel that's graded there to the left. And so that is all really important benefits that happens. And it's almost immediate, well, in terms of restoration. So this wood was put in the summer, and those conditions occurred the very first winter after the wood was put in. It just took 2 winter flows for the channel to create this multi-thread process. So you could say that it's a good bang for the buck, so to speak. So I want to give a shout out right now to the folks at the ODFW's Western Oregon Stream Restoration Program. I think it's been around for several decades and we often are kind of used to this happening, but they field habitat restoration biologists that work directly with our grantees and partners throughout Western Oregon to help get projects like this on the ground. And Derek Wiley is out of the Tillamook ODFW office. He's the guy that took this video, and he is happy to share with everyone the good work that the Western Oregon Stream Restoration Program does. We really rely on these folks and have since the inception of the Oregon Plan to provide that key technical support. So Derek's out there meeting with the timber landowners. He's coordinating with the watershed councils, in this case, the Nehalem Bay Watershed Council. He's also out there with the contractors, if he can, contributing to the placement of the wood and making sure that the design is technically sound. So we're really grateful for their continued participation as a partner. Okay, we get to watch it again. All right. Sorry. All right, I'm going to pivot now and talk about the projects that are before you today for funding. These projects come in all shapes and sizes, and so these are just 2 examples that we'll visit and how folks are getting this work done. This one, 1006, the Five Rivers Subbasin Large Wood Helicopter Treatment Project, is probably on the larger scale of things. The Oregon Wildlife Foundation, in partnership with the BLM and ODFW, is involved in a landscape level effort to basically treat the entire Five Rivers Basin. And this is in the Alsea watershed down in my neck of the woods by Waldport. The lower right-hand photo is of Lobster Creek. Again, lovely little stream, just like God's Valley, but it's scoured to bedrock in a lot of places. It's got an intact riparian area. It's got gravels coming down, nothing to stop them. It's got fish that want to be there, just missing that habitat complexity. And so they're using a helicopter, a Chinook, to place this wood. Might seem like overkill to some. However, you can't really get to a lot of these places within the watershed without the helicopter placement. Additionally, the helicopter allows you just to fly out a huge piece of wood with a root wad that's intact. Most of that wood would have trouble being transported on regular public roads. So that eliminates that need and allows the work to get efficiently done. The last project that I'll talk about. Okay. This is our top ranked project, and it's an unusual and innovative approach to getting some of this work done that I want to highlight for you, and I'll have to do a little explaining. It's the Tillamook Estuaries Partnership Large Wood Salvage Project. And so this is an effort by the Tillamook Estuaries Partnership to solve a perennial problem with this type of work. I mentioned the great need for habitat complexity work. It's a limiting factor for fish, Oregon Coast coho, and our Columbia River species. It also requires a lot of large wood material, some of which you can't really buy even if you had the money to buy it. We're looking for species that aren't commonly even accepted by mills, wolfie trees, things with root wads. It's hard to find. However, when it's really easy to find this is after a really big winter storm when a bunch of trees blow down and cause headaches for land managers, utility managers, all kinds of folks suddenly wondering how they're going to get rid of this giant tree that's ruining their yard. So the log salvage efforts are partnerships, and we provide funding for them to coordinate donated material. So we will go out, the partners we pay for their self-load trucks to get the wood, haul it to a storage area, and then the partners facilitate the wood's use in restoration projects nearby. And so there's been actually, I'm kind of proud of this. I think the North Coast might have invented this. We've had several of these efforts, throughout the last couple of decades. And the flyer to the right is the longest running one, the Mid-Coast Watershed Council down in the Newport, Lincoln City area. They've been going for about 20 years, collecting donated material and getting it out to restoration sites. So it's just another way of getting the work done. They've got a number of partners on board, including Pacific Power, Stimson Lumber, Tullahoma County, contributing wood and storage locations. And hopefully we can scale up the wood material in an efficient way for everybody and increase the pace and scale of this needed habitat work on the North Coast. So thanks. With that, we'll switch seats and turn it over to the next regional folks.
All right, good afternoon. I'm Amy Charette. I am the Regional Program Representative for the Mid-Columbia Region 6. We're going to move east a bit, and I'm going to be talking about two restoration projects that show climate resilience at two different scales, a large floodplain restoration project in the Umatilla Basin and an upland restoration project on private land in the John Day. They both tell a similar story of connectivity. So this first project is the Yuma Birch PA2, which is the project area 2, Birch Creek In-Stream Enhancement and Floodplain Restoration Project. The applicant is the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation, and the climate resilience themes that this project addresses include habitat connectivity, diverse and complex habitats, and flood resilience. The Yuma Birch PA2 project sits at the confluence of the Umatilla River and Birch Creek on a private ranch that the landowner has placed into a 1,000-acre conservation easement in partnership with Bonneville Power Administration and the Blue Mountain Land Trust. The project area 2 covers about a mile of the Umatilla River and the lower third of a mile of Birch Creek and 150 acres of floodplain. It's the second of multiple phases that the Umatilla tribes are implementing in this area. Project area 4 was just completed in December of last year along Birch Creek. And if you attended the board meeting last July in Pendleton, we saw this project, project area 2 from the highway, and then we also went and saw the completed project area 4 on Birch Creek. So if you look at the slide and the map on the bottom left, you can see the Umatilla River watershed boundary, the Umatilla River running along the middle, and Birch Creek is coming in from the south just west of Pendleton. Both streams have been squeezed for a century by levees, railroad grade, and agricultural conversion. Birch Creek has essentially been straightened into a ditch along both banks, and the Umatilla River is boxed in by a levee on one side and a railroad infrastructure on the other. That confinement has degraded habitat for species that include mid-Columbia summer steelhead, spring and fall chinook, bull trout, and Pacific lamprey. The photo on the upper right of the slide shows a view of the floodplain with Birch Creek coming in at the top of the photo from the right and the Umatilla River running along the left side. You can see how open the floodplain is once you're below that confluence. The work here is substantial. The Umatilla tribes, engineers, and partners will excavate over 350,000 cubic yards of material to build an entirely new main channel, move the Pendleton levee, and reconnect the historic floodplain. They'll install large wood structures to build pools, improve sediment sorting, and provide velocity diversity that isn't there today. They'll also revegetate with more than 20,000 riparian plants and cuttings across 40 acres. If you look at the slide and the two stacked river maps in the middle, the top map shows existing conditions today, a single confined channel with Birch Creek coming into the Umatilla River towards the right of the project area. And the bottom map is the proposed new channel at a 2-year flow event. And you can see how much of the floodplain will be activated at this flow. The river is more sinuous with side channels and habitat features in the floodplain instead of one narrow channel. When thinking about flood resilience, right now at the 2-year flood event, only about 22 acres of the floodplain is inundated. After this project, it will jump to about 134 acres, which means the system can slow down and spread out high flows instead of funneling them downstream at high velocity. With this project, the levee and berm confinement on the Umatilla River and Birch Creek drop significantly, pools per mile increase, and that's connectivity and complexity piece of climate resilience, rebuilding the physical capacity of this watershed to absorb disturbance. So now we'll shift from this large river channel to the uplands in the John Day. Okay. So this next project is the Cottonwood Watershed Upland Health. The applicant's the South Fork John Day Watershed Council, and the climate resilience themes that this project addresses include habitat connectivity and diverse and complex habitats. Cottonwood Creek sits about 5 miles west of Dayville, bordered by the Ochoco National Forest and Prineville BLM. The property changed hands in 2025, and the new owners are extremely proactive, starting juniper removal and upland treatment right away. If you look at the slide, the treatment map that's on the right, this map lays out the planned restoration footprint with the stream corridor running down the middle and each colored polygon marking a different treatment unit, including juniper removal, Scotch thistle treatment areas, aspen stand protection, and the adjacent BLM parcels that this work will tie into. It's a good visual for just how much of the landscape scale planning rather than a single isolated site. The problem here is a familiar one east of the Cascades with decades of fire suppression and unmanaged grazing. Western juniper and overcrowded conifer have taken over ground that used to be diverse sagebrush, bitterbrush, bunchgrass, cottonwood, and aspen. If you look at the slide on the upper left forest photo, this photo shows that the juniper and overcrowded condition on the ground, but also some bitterbrush and grasses that are still present. We want to see the grass and shrub layer. It's important for deer and elk forage in this area. The proposed actions are to remove 318 acres of juniper and thin the overcrowded conifer, protect 5 acres of aspen, and a 3-year noxious weed and reseeding program to reestablish native perennial bunch grasses across the disturbed ground. On the slide, the lower left photo is a view of the higher elevation aspen stand that this project will remove encroaching conifer and protect that stand as well. This is a smaller upland-focused restoration project, but it's a good example of the maintain at space and time for ecological processes theme, creating fire-adapted, drought-resilient forest structure before catastrophic loss occurs rather than restoring after the fact. So one project was rebuilding an entire floodplain at the confluence of 2 important salmon and steelhead streams, and one project was restoring the uplands that feed those similar systems. So different scales, but same underlying climate resilience logic, reconnect the landscape and diversify the habitat. And I'll pass it to Mark.
Thank you, Amy. Good afternoon, co-chairs, board members. For the record, Mark Grenbemmer, Region 2 Program Representative. Before I dive into the presentation, just a little bit of orientation for Region 2, Southwest Oregon, 5 counties, Douglas, Jackson, Josephine, Coos, and Curry. Significant watersheds include the Rogue, Umpqua, Coos, Coquille, 10 Mile Lakes, Elk, Sixes. Sarah's going to give me a wave here. Chetco, Winchuck. Pick your favorite. The restoration work in the region is supported by 12 watershed councils, 9 of which are currently funded by the board, 7 soil water conservation districts, and numerous NGOs, agencies, and other nonprofit partners that are doing some incredible work. Today I'm going to spotlight the Upper Rogue, and I tried to pick the most depressing slide I could to start the presentation to kind of, you can only go up. So both slides depict modeled air temps and stream flows by 2080. And it's kind of depressing. Everything's getting warmer, flows are getting lower, which doesn't bode well for either habitat or species dependent upon the habitat. The rising air temperatures it's also going to be characterized by more extreme precipitation events, decreased snowpack, warmer water temperatures, reduced base flows in the streams, and of course the elevated summer and summer air and stream temperatures. Visually, one of the really stark things you can see on the landscape is the Douglas fir mortality. And drought and climate change is definitely increasing the significance of this in the past decade. Annual surveys by the Forest Service between 2015 and 2025 show that about 1 million acres have been impacted in some sort with this Douglas fir mortality. So it is pretty, well, it's a crisis. So, but fortunately, we've got partners that identified a little bit ago are working to take actions to help offset some of these challenges. All right. If Katie can hit the, if Katie can play a video, I can advance. There we go. All right. So what I'd like to do is jump into the Little Butte Creek system. This is in Region 2. It's a tributary that comes in near the town of Eagle Point into the Upper Rogue. Before the board today, I've got 3 restoration projects that I'll be talking about briefly. There's also an engagement project and a technical assistance project also in Little Butte Creek that are recommended before the board today. First of all, these projects have gone through the same evaluation process that other regional review teams have done. Each team has reviewed the review criteria, examining the technical aspects and the why here and why now of the project. And they've used this deliberation to help them develop their funding and their prioritization recommendations. As my peers have done, I'll highlight the climate resilience aspect of each of the projects. So the first project is 227-2001. It's the Rogue River Watershed Council's Little Butte Creek River Mile 13.5 ecological rehabilitation. The work is going to improve water quality, stream function, and aquatic and terrestrial habitat by placing large wood at 15 sites along a half-a-mile reach of Little Butte Creek and along 800 feet of secondary channel. It'll also restore 13.5 acres of riparian area by removing noxious weeds and supporting natural regeneration of site-appropriate plant species. Livestock exclusion will also be installed on both sides of the creek. Climate themes include supporting ecosystem function, focused on habitat connectivity, floodplain connectivity, and complex and diverse habitats. The project in the middle, 227-2005, is the Freshwater Trust's South Fork Little Butte Creek River Mile 1.8 floodplain reconnection. The work is going to accelerate recovery of natural stream conditions through side channel reconnection, enhanced in-stream habitat complexity, and restoration of site-appropriate riparian vegetation. Key actions include installing 170 pieces of large wood, reconnecting 2,000 linear feet of off-channel rearing habitat, and revegetating 2 acres of riparian area. Climate themes here include supporting ecosystem function, focused on habitat and floodplain connectivity, and complex and diverse habitats. The slide all the way to, I guess, my right. This is 227-2007. This project comes to us from the Mule Deer Foundation, and it's their agate oak big game winter range habitat enhancement. The work is going to restore 400 acres of critical black-tailed deer winter range by reducing the risk of a naturally severe wildfire and improving oak and chaparral habitats and associated plant communities. Treatments focus on reducing fuel loads to revitalize vegetation and lower the threat of high-severity wildfire within these high-value ecosystems. Climate considerations and themes include supporting ecosystem function focused on habitat connectivity, maintaining the space and time for ecological processes, and complex and diverse habitats. All right. So we all love site visits. We had a great site visit. We've heard about some other projects that are happening, but I want to talk a little bit about how Rogue River Watershed Council and Freshwater Trust have been moving the dial over the last decade with work focused in the Little Butte system. The dots include projects that have been completed by both organizations over the last decade. We could make the map really busy if we included work that Trout Unlimited's doing, or work that the Understory Initiative's doing, the Rogue Forest Partners, Klamath-Siskiyou Oak Network, getting too many names, ODFW, Fish and Wildlife Service, Oregon Water Resources Department, and others. Project work is focused on in-stream habitat, large wood placement. It's focused on side channel reconnection, floodplain connectivity, flow increase through irrigation efficiency projects, water quality through reduction of runoff from ag fields. There's been a lot of forest health work, road decommissioning, whole gamut. A lot of things happening in a little watershed. It's really important. All right. So with the theme of celebrating a bit of success and knowing that some site visits aren't going to probably happen because they're a little far out for the board to make it tour-wise, I wanted to share a project that was recently completed by the Rogue River Watershed Council. This is their South Fork Little Butte Creek River Mile 6.1 Ecological Restoration Project. In this project, it's actually phase 3 of other restoration actions they've been taking here on the South Fork. It implemented actions across 2.1 miles of Little Butte Creek. It reactivated 3/4 of a mile of side channel that will function during the winter. Rehabilitated 35 acres of riparian forest by controlling noxious weeds and supporting natural recruitment of riparian species, along with planting more than 20,000 native tree species. The before picture, it was a pasture. And just before this, it was used for, it was used for hay, and then it was used for hemp, and then it was basically abandoned, and the landowners decided that it would be great to convert it back to functioning stream and riparian area. And so that pasture now has a side channel moving through it that provides spawning habitat, as Katie mentioned. You see results immediately. Within the first season, there was coho spawning within that side channel. So these things are highly valuable and highly utilized as soon as they're put in place. So in conclusion, while my first slide kind of shows a bleak modeling for the upper Rogue with higher air temperatures and lower summer base flows and warmer summer temperatures, the people that are doing the work on the ground, the practitioners, are keeping this in mind as they're developing strategies and designing and implementing restoration projects. They're incorporating climate considerations into this work. Project areas have been identified as high priority locations due to their expected positive ecological response, with the actions proposed intended to strengthen watershed resilience, helping to ensure that restored habitats and natural processes remain functional under future climate conditions. So with that, thank you, and I will pass it on to Greg.
Thank you, Mark.
You want me to advance?
Please.
Haven't messed it up?
Good afternoon, members of the board. For the record, my name is Greg Cianella. I'm the Regional Program Representative for the Central Oregon region. I am your last speaker on this topic today, so thanks for hanging in there with us. As my colleagues have done, I'm going to talk about a couple of projects before you today for funding, specifically with that lens of how these projects are meeting climate resilience and adaptation. So first up, I'd like to take you to the Crooked River watershed. So the map on the lower left is the watershed boundary. The black line is the Crooked River watershed boundary. The yellow X is the city of Prineville. The red star is where the project is located. This is on Sugar Creek. Sugar Creek is a spring-fed perennial stream. It originates on the Ochco National Forest before it flows into private land. So a couple things to note here. Spring Creek was largely spared in the 2024 wildfires that wreaked pretty big havoc on the upper Crooked River watershed. A couple contextual pieces to think about as we talk about resilience and adaptation. We talk a lot about connectivity of habitats, and so really trying to remove those threats and barriers so that native flora and fauna can live out their life cycle. So I want to focus on the two other maps on the slide here. The green polygons are the project area, and I'll talk about the project in a minute. But the yellow polygon is actually sage steppe habitat restoration work that the landowner completed with NRCS through the Sage Grouse Initiative. So you see an inset photo there. This is core sage grouse habitat, also important for pronghorn and a whole host of other sage obligate species. Also, this project area is at the intersection of mule deer and elk winter range. So there's a lot of critters moving around the landscape here. And so the project itself, Sugar Creek, flows through a canyon through the project area. And so this is a true ridgetop to ridgetop project. So the project's going to incorporate a little less than 400 acres of forest health work. And so this is going to be primarily done through pre-commercial thinning, to protect that second and third growth. Primarily ponderosa pine, but there's some mixed conifer in there as well. You could see on the bottom right, some beetles have started to move in and kill some trees. So the plan will be to get rid of those beetle kill trees. And then also with less material on the site, you'll get more precipitation, more sunlight to the forest floor, and that's gonna invigorate that understory vegetation, which is in pretty good condition. So this part of the project is governed by a forest management plan that was included in the application. Some of the logs that will be created as part of this forest health work will actually be used to create in-stream structures on Sugar Creek. And the intent here is to provide complexity and diversity of the in-stream habitat. And this is really important for a whole host of aquatic species. Speaking of aquatic species, on the picture to the left, you see a western pearl shell mussel bed. There are these critters here on Sugar Creek within the project area. So the applicant and partners will do an extensive survey and assessment to make sure that these mussel beds are protected and maintained, because they provide a primarily ecological service for aquatic species. Lastly, this project will also incorporate a riparian planting component. You can see Sugar Creek here. This part of the project area is devoid of riparian vegetation. The primary riparian vegetation in the area is mountain alder. It's native, it's got a pretty homogeneous growth pattern, and it's not very palatable to beaver. And the intent here is to get beaver to come into the landscape. So the plan is going to be to plant a few different willow species, some cottonwood. Once those plants are in a free to grow state, the cages will be taken off, and then hopefully the beaver can come in and frankly continue to mess the place up. We want to get that complexity. We want to get that diversity of habitat within the stream channel. So before I move to the next project, I just want to say this. When we did a site visit with this project with the review team members and the applicant and the landowner, we had a really difficult time trying to determine whether or not there was a livestock grazing program on the property. In fact, there was. To me and to my colleagues, that's a good indication that the project and the property was really well cared for. And you could tell the landowner has been out there for many, many decades. It's older, much older than me. And you could just tell based on like the work he's been doing with NRCS and just the care and love he has for the property. So we walked away and I asked the review team members, what would you think? This property is in really good ecological condition. With a little bit of uplift and a little bit of care, it can be in great ecological condition. Those are the happy days. These are the places that we want to invest in, the people we want to invest in, which really neat. Have high hopes for Sugar Creek. As of yesterday, the 2026 wildfires have not reached this area, so fingers crossed they don't reach that area. Next slide, Mark. Okay, so this is a project a little bit closer to where we're sitting today. This was a project put forth by our partners that gave us a tour this morning, the Wasco SWCD. So the Wasco SWCD is working with their partners, the landowners, the BLM and the ODF&W, in addition to the Sherman County Soil and Water Conservation District and the Lower Deschutes Cooperative Weed Management Area. And the focus here is to work on the lower reaches of 3 canyon tributaries to the Deschutes River, Oaks, Mac, and Ferry Canyons. And these are priority areas because they're critical habitat for mid-Columbia steelhead. We know that summer steelhead numbers in the Deschutes are on a decline. So anything we can do to improve the habitat and the availability for habitat for these species, I think, is a really important thing. The primary threat here in the riparian area is Himalayan blackberry. In fact, when you get these really small, narrow channels, the blackberry can actually act as a barrier for adult fish to move in here. And so we know from not too long ago in the upper right-hand corner photo, in the early 90s, some of these areas were dominantly with hardwood riparian vegetation. So we know that it wasn't too long ago that these systems had the right and appropriate riparian vegetation. Even on the lower right-hand photo, you could see, although it's primarily Himalayan blackberry dominant, you could see some of the old skeletons of what are primarily black cottonwood or white alder. So, you know, there is potential. When you go into the uplands, because the strategy is going to incorporate the uplands too. The primary threat there is annual invasive grasses. And these two threats are existing on the landscape primarily because of the presence of pretty rigorous and reoccurring wildfire. And so I think what's really neat here is the applicant and their partners are really taking a step back. They're seeking expertise in botany, fire ecology, wildlife management, and invasive species management to develop a restoration strategy that's going to recover the vegetation and hopefully restore watershed processes and build in as much resilience as we can. We know fire is going to come. It's a part of the landscape. So what can folks do to restore these areas to build in as much resilience as we can? And I applaud them for taking a holistic step back. It's really easy to see blackberry and say, I want to kill it. It's a pretty easy plant to kill. In this area, it's not so easy. You just can't drive up to here and kill it. You have to either boat in, take an ATV in. So there's a lot of complexities that add to the challenging nature to restore these critical habitats for not only fish, but for wildlife too. In this area, we think a lot about bighorn sheep, mule deer. In addition to these intact riparian corridors really are lifebloods to a whole host of avian species that require and depend upon these riparian communities. And it's really important in these really dry, desert, arid ecosystems. And so this plan, you know, you could see there's some areas where it's incredibly dominant with blackberry, and then the middle top photo, there some areas blackberries are just starting to come in. So it's not a one size fits all kind of scenario. And I think what's really cool too is that this could have some portability to other areas in the lower Deschutes or other areas in the lower John Day, where, you know, you're starting to see Himalayan blackberry kind of infiltrate and come in. So high hopes for what gets done here, and pretty optimistic to see what these folks come up with should you decide to fund their project. Next slide. Okay, almost done, I promise. But honestly, this is my favorite slide. And so as we wrap up, I just want to leave you with a couple things. We want to leave you with a couple things. One is that watershed enhancement's been going on in the state of Oregon for a few decades now, and we've come a long way. Science has evolved, the literature has evolved, technologies have changed dramatically, and so does restoration techniques, restoration approaches, restoration strategies and techniques. And so consequently, how these projects get talked about, how they get labeled, changes as well. But what doesn't change is the anticipated ecological benefit and the hopeful fish and wildlife and water quality outcome as a result of these projects. And I think that's a really important thing to emphasize, because it's always been and will be always about putting actions on the landscape that are going to help us obtain the themes that we talked about today. That's protecting cold water refuges, restoring fish and wildlife habitats, creating complexity and diversity on the landscape, removing threats and barriers to native fish and native wildlife to live out their life history. And I think a really good example of that is that in the 90s, when folks were building rock check dams, they were seeking a very similar outcome as folks are today in the 2020s building fake beaver dams. Slow it, store it, spread it, sink it. How we get there ultimately has changed dramatically, and I think we'd all agree for the better. And how we get there, I really want to emphasize, because we've gotten there because the community, the practitioners, everybody in this room today has spent the last 3 decades listening, has spent the last 3 decades learning what works, what doesn't work, building trust with landowners, building trust with agencies, building trust with regulatory authorities, building social license, really pushing the envelope to try and see what could be, not afraid to take bold and innovative actions. So I mention all this to you because you all play such an important part in how watershed enhancement is shaped in the state of Oregon. You're a major funder from capacity to monitoring. And so I think as we look to the future, I encourage us all to remain optimistic, remain curious, remain willing to take those bold and innovative actions. And I think as we look around what's happening in our state today, we don't have the luxury to not do that. Our state is drying up, our state is burning down. Yet every action, every project before you today for funding is putting an action on the landscape that's helping to mitigate that to the best available science that they have today and the places that they're working in today. So we're gonna take 2 steps forward. Mother Nature's gonna knock us back a step. We gotta remain diligent. We gotta remain a step ahead so we can ultimately get to where we wanna go. And everybody in this room is a huge part of that. And so on behalf of all of us, the applicants who put in all the blood, sweat, and tears, we really thank you and appreciate your time. One more slide. And that really is every 6 months we try and come up with themes and ideas to talk to you all about with the hopes that, you know, what do we think you all would be interested in hearing to help you all make the decision that you need to make today? So this is just, again, our pitch to say if there's themes, ideas, talks that you all want us to focus on in 6 months, let us know, let Sarah know, and we're happy to incorporate that in our next presentations. Now I'm really done. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Can you go back one slide? Oh.
Yeah, I could have.
It's okay. It's not huge. It's fine. I just wanted the quote at the bottom of that people and systems grow more resilient together through place-based stewardship. I want that on a t-shirt, basically. I love that, and I think it's a great way to wrap this up, and I just really appreciated that. So I know a couple of folks already have questions, and I've got you down. We're gonna take a 10-minute break because afterwards we're gonna go into some discussions for the rest of the afternoon. So I want everybody to, hydrate, grab food. I don't want anybody hangry for these discussions. And then we will come back here at 2:46. And thank you all so much for your presentations. everybody. We're going to come back to the table. Yay.
I will gavel it.
I will gavel. And I didn't even have to clap. All right. Okay, so we are going to move into general discussion about the presentation or questions from board members. I do want to keep the general discussion or questions about the presentation pretty brief so we can have time for a robust deliberation and conversations about the grants that we're here to review and award. And so I have folks that I noted that had questions earlier. Oh, and I was going to say the question that staff brought up at the end, Greg, great question. Thank you. Taking a page from Donna Silverberg right now. We are going to parking lot that question. We do want to provide feedback to the staff on that, but I would like to parking lot that item so we can provide feedback to them later, because I think that we just don't have time for that, and that's a really good question that I think we could have good discussion on, and a lot of good input from the board. So we will start with Liz.
Thank you. Well, I want to thank, great presentation, and the recommendations sort of cover the whole spectrum from in-stream to winter range to beaver habitat, just really broad, and I just thank you for great presentations. My question has to do with the comments brought in by Whitney and Mike in Region 5, and I think it was 5005, a presentation discussion. And I don't know who, thank you so much. So my question is, they talked about E. coli and the ability to move from a flood system, Mike and Wendy, from a flood system to a sprinkler system to reduce it. And when I hear the word E. coli, that perks me up, because I think of reaching such a threshold where we sort of have an explosive situation, and then it's really hard to make the investment to bring it back. So can I get your thoughts on, is E. coli in that situation, usually just in the background? And do we know if it's at a threshold, and would an investment of $66,000 keep it at bay? Or, I guess I'm basically asking, is there an immediate threat here? And is it worth that investment? And I'm assuming it's just all below the line. Can you give me your thoughts on that?
I need to make sure we're talking about the same project. Are we talking about 227-5003, the Boulder Flat Irrigation Part 2?
We're talking about the one, I just had my reading glasses on, but it's the one that Whitney and Mike spoke to. And I thought it was 5005. Which one did they speak to?
Yeah.
Is it?
Okay, I'm going to stick with 5003 because
Okay.
Whitney was commenting on larger activities throughout the basin in the powder,
Yeah.
in Baker County, SIA and ODA goals and objectives for the Ag Water Quality Management Plan. That's what I'm assuming she was referring to.
Okay.
But the Boulder Flat Irrigation Project Part 2 is proposing to convert grounds that are currently flood irrigated
Right.
to pivot sprinkler irrigation.
Yes.
These fields are not, I think they're hayed. They may be hayed, but they're certainly raised for pasture, so that means livestock are on them, okay? The E. coli is in the livestock manure that when those fields are then flood irrigated, that washes off, goes downslope, gets in the drainage system, and goes back into creeks in the Eagle Valley. area. So E. coli is present in the manure. If we stop flood irrigating conceptually and in practice, if we go to sprinkler systems, there's not a flush of flood across these pastures to then move that material to our creeks. Does that get at what you're asking?
That does, and I'm just trying to get a sense. In my past life, I managed grasslands in Oklahoma and Texas, and we didn't irrigate, so I never had this big issue. But I'm just wondering how serious and is there an urgency to it in your
Yes.
sense? There is an urgency?
If you ask DEQ or ODA, the answer is yes. Those are water quality improvement priorities for both of those state agencies.
Okay, so, if I have the right number, what I looked at here in that very tiny writing with even my reading glasses, I wasn't sure what I was reading. They're requesting $66,000. Was that right?
That is correct.
Okay.
However, I think you mentioned earlier that, no, this is actually, they're requesting $174,000.
Oh, okay, 174.
$174,404. And I think you had mentioned earlier that it's below the line. It is not. It actually was recommended do not fund by the
Not fund
review
at
team.
all. Okay, all right. All right, thank you for that clarity.
Lindsay?
Yeah, thanks. I think staff was queued up to answer this question, but also in Region 5, there was a project recommended but not funded, which is the High Desert Partnership technical assistance. Can folks speak to why it was recommended but not funded? I can give you the number.
Yes, it sounds like you're referring to 5018.
Yes.
And I think in a lot of these cases, it might be helpful, and I know it's small print, I have my glasses on too, Liz, to look at the evaluation comments. And that, I think, would help answer some of your questions. And as I'm scrolling through here, I think on this one, this is the project that you heard a couple of public comments on around developing a guide to monitoring springs in Harney County. And a couple of the commenters also referenced the first concern that's listed there. This is on page 304 of the evaluations. It is unclear why existing monitoring protocols will not be used and why new methods need to be developed. And then the other concern that was cited is that the new methods developed may not be transferable. And you heard actually conflicting testimony in public comment. One commenter said you only need to do it once every 85 years. The other one said we'd like this to be replicable. So I think that's an indicator of one of the reasons that there is a lack of clarity in the application that would help answer some of those questions. And regarding whether or not a protocol guidebook is needed, the information we heard in public comment was around the diffuse nature of some springs versus some that have a distinct point. But when you read the application, that's not really clear. They're talking about trying to measure water in ditches, and some of them don't have gauges on them, and needing some techniques to do that. So, I think it's just more of a lack of clarity that led to the recommendation to be below the line than it's not a sound project. I think it's a sound project. I think the application just wasn't clear enough to address some of those concerns.
Thank you.
Russ?
So, point of clarity then on that project as well as others, we have an additional $500,000 available to support TA projects in this round, is that correct?
No, you have an additional $500,000 in the spending plan. There's this round and next round. That $500,000 was pre-planned into the entire biennium spending plan. And when we looked at the staff recommendations for all three cycles, we take the total amount that included that $500,000 and divide it in thirds. And so that was already programmed into coming up with the funding line.
So the rebalancing
So that's the part of the rebalancing that we were talking about yesterday that was anticipated and laid out as like, hey, as we get further in the biennium, if we feel comfortable, this will be the rebalance effort. Tell me if I'm wrong, guys.
No, that's absolutely right. So the restoration and TA, the dollar amounts in the rebalance were already planned for all 3 cycles. Engagement is a little bit different. That's the one that had extra money that will be available for the next cycle, the one remaining cycle in the biennium.
Annie.
Thanks, you guys, for your presentations, and hopefully you don't put me in the parking lot, but it might be a big question. It's not specific to any of these projects, but I was just curious, thinking about the Pacific Salmon Coast Recovery Fund that I'm very familiar with, and then all the other funding sources. You have cutoff lines that you've presented to us, or like falls above the line, below the line, et cetera, et cetera. Has there been a circumstance where, oh my gosh, all the ones above the line, none of them fit under, qualify for PCSRF funds? So we might have to switch a below the line to above the line. Does that make sense? Like based on, like you've had to kind of eat your words or go backwards and be like, well, actually this might be better suited for the general fund when you do have general fund monies. Does that make sense, Eric?
I do understand your question.
And it might be loaded, and
Yeah.
we can answer it some other day.
No, I don't think it's a loaded question. So what Annie's referring to is we do blend our Pacific Coast Salmon Recovery Funds with our lottery funds into the same pool of money that we draw on to fund all of these projects. And Annie's asking, well, what if you don't get enough that might qualify for Pacific Coast Salmon Recovery funding, because that money can only be used for projects that restore salmon habitat. And I think the answer to that is that we are funding multi-year projects, and we're getting new lottery funds and hopefully new Pacific Coast Salmon Recovery funds every year. And so we've not found ourselves in a situation where we actually had to change a funding line because of whether or not projects qualify for one fund source or another.
Sometimes you see, like, a review team might be super psyched about upland projects one year.
Mhm.
I guess maybe, that's one review team, and there's 5 of them, so in that case. I was just curious, like.
And it's also true that in some of the regions, there just isn't as much salmon habitat as in other regions. And so there are going to be funding cycles where Region 5 may not have a project eligible for Pacific Coast Salmon Recovery Funds. Region 1 might have all of their recommended projects eligible for Pacific Coast Salmon Recovery Funds. It just depends on, where you are in the state and what kind of habitat is available. But we've not had to shift the funding line for that reason.
Thank you.
I just want to check, Courtney, is there anything you'd like to add to that as our lead on PCSRF?
For the record, Courtney Schaff, Monitoring Reporting Program Manager. The only thing I would add is there's a multi-step process that I work with the project managers. They identify what can be PCSRF. And I think the lens for all of you to think about is everything that could be funded by PCSRF is eligible under our lottery funds. And so not everything that is lottery eligible is PCSRF eligible, but we work with project managers, and then Miriam and I work together to determine like fund end date and where we should put the funding. So there's like 4 or 5 checks or balances in the process to make sure PCSRF is always used only on eligible projects and within the time frame of those funds are eligible.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I know that was a little bit of a side, so I appreciate it.
Okay, I have Dirk, Brian, and then Sarah.
Hi, thanks. Dirk Runner, Fish and Wildlife Service. I've got a question about the one we were just talking about, the High Desert Partnership project, and the Warm Springs Valley TA number 5018. It looked like the review team ranked it for funding 1 of 1. I'm curious about the OWEB internal process when the budget line doesn't make it, how you guys, or what the process is for re-ranking these projects.
Yeah, thanks, Dirk. And so one of the things that I think is important to say here is that we don't have, and as to my knowledge, haven't had regional allocations. In other words, we've never gone through a process that says each region gets X dollars. Now, over time, particularly a long sweep of time, it tends to even out where the regions do get roughly the same share of the pie. But cycle to cycle, we don't do that. And so what we're doing is, you saw that there were 20 recommended TA projects, and there's a handful, I think it was 4 or 5, that are below the line. And so we're looking at all those projects collectively, particularly the ones that are above or right below the line, and looking at the concerns and the strengths that are in the evaluations, and doing really a qualitative analysis to look for the projects that are most likely to succeed and that are going to get the highest watershed benefit for the dollar. And so that sometimes means you've got kind of a lopsided balance of projects in some regions versus others. But again, I think that's something that over the longer sweep of time tends to even out.
Brian?
Yeah, thanks. I just want to get a little bit of clarity back to our stairway slide. It's a little bit related to what Dirk was asking, and that is, so the RRT teams review and they basically, their product is a recommend to fund or not to fund, and then they probably have, gradations within that based on their scoring and things like that. And then the OWEB staff considers that, but also some other factors to put them into where, above the line or below the line. So that's question one. And then the second piece of that is I was assuming that if something was recommended for funding, but was recommended by RRT but not funded, my assumption was that was generally based on constraints due to funding, so that if there was additional funding, those would probably get funded. But Eric, you mentioned that on the Springs proposal, for example, there was a lack of clarity on things, meaning there was, and if we don't have clarity on objectives, like you said, then I'm not sure that my assumption is correct, that if there's additional funds, that anything recommended but is below the line is kind of a legitimate thing to move forward. So there's a number of dimensions there, but does that question make sense? And if so, can you answer it? That's why I asked comments.
You're making me work hard these last couple of days, Brian, and I appreciate that. These are good questions.
Well, I promise, at the staff retreat, I said I try to make people's jobs easier, so I guess I'm failing there, but anyway, I just want to clarify.
No, this is why we're here. First, just one thing I wanted to make sure was clear. When staff are drawing the funding line, we don't apply any additional criteria. The criteria that are in rules are what the review teams use. We don't add additional criteria to that. Our job is, because each team is only looking at the applications in their regions, they're not comparing their applications to the applications in the other regions. And so we have to do that based on their rankings and based on their comments that appear in the evaluations. And then to your question of, well, if there was more money, is it worth funding? I think it's a challenging question to answer, because as Liz mentioned earlier, when she had the 3 pie graphs up there on the screen showing how we've divided the pot into 3 application cycles, we have one more application cycle. The applications are due next week. We, of course, don't know exactly what those are going to be like in terms of content. However, we do know that based on what the numbers we're seeing in the system, there's already 180 applications started. Not all of those are going to get submitted, but let's say it's 150. That's a lot more than the 113 we've had before us here. And so we don't know what the quality of those applications is going to be. And so for the board, and this is the board's decision space, if you want to maybe go a little bit beyond that 1/3 of the pie for a particular cycle, it is at the expense of money available in the subsequent cycle. Now, next time, of course, it'll be the last one in the biennium, and so that won't be as much of a factor. Because the review teams have recommended a project, that does mean it's a viable project. However, when we're trying to do this comparison to get the most watershed benefit for the dollar, we've got to look across the board and figure out which ones we think are going to give you that highest value. And sometimes that means deferring to another cycle. That's the other benefit of frequent application cycles is that they don't have to wait too long if they do want to address those concerns and then reapply. I think that's one of the strengths of our program is, I would say, atypical. Most programs are once a year. Ours are more frequent. And so we are able to offer that opportunity to folks. But I think there isn't necessarily a clear-cut answer to your question as to should we apply extra money to something below the line given the concerns that are stated in the evaluation. And that's why being on this board isn't always easy.
Thanks. That's helpful. Appreciate it.
Okay, I'm going to go to Sarah, and then in the interest of time, I was actually going to try to move us into deliberations, but I see Russ and Mark, you have,
Mine's a yes or no question, so it's quick.
okay. And I saw Mark first, so I'll go Sarah, Mark, Russ. Okay.
Okay, a yes or no question.
No. Sarah's first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hold on, Mark, hold on.
I thought you said no.
Sorry, Sarah, sorry. It
That's
will
Sarah.
be, it will
This
be,
one, over
it
here.
will be
Over here.
Sarah, Mark, Russ.
I'm new here, so that's okay. Thank you. I forgive my ignorance with my question, but I want to just start out by saying how exciting it is to see that suite of projects that are ready to fund, and what an honor and a privilege it is to sit here and be able to actually, see those across the finish line. During the presentation, I was thinking that, a number of the questions I have already been asked, and I don't know that I feel like I understand the answer to those quite yet. So I might ask again in a different way with another example. But I do like the idea of highlighting the things that everybody agrees on. But I think that the hard part for this board is figuring out where everybody doesn't agree, right? And that's really where the decision space kind of, lies in a lot of ways. And so similar to 5018, 6015 in Region 6 is an engagement one. The regional review team recommended that one for funding as well, but it fell below the staff recommended funding line. Similar, it's exactly the same scenario, I'm assuming, Eric and others. But again, when I joined this board, 2 weeks ago, I was, told, and in my experience is that, the regional review team puts in the work and makes a recommendation and, and kind of implied that, that we should really listen to what they say. And so I'm just wondering how can I reconcile maybe that with supporting the regional review team, but also supporting staff without understanding staff's rationale for where the funding line gets drawn, knowing that the remaining pots of funding, or the remaining pot of funding for the remainder of the biennium as we understand it now. And so I don't know if my question is clear, but there's just another example in the queue of a project that was recommended that fell below a line without any kind of a justification other than there was a line drawn and.
Right.
So please,
Yes.
thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. Recall that when regional review teams are looking at things, they are only looking at the applications in the region. And so this team that recommended this project for funding, and it's ranked number 1, but it's one of one, it's the only one, so they didn't have to rank it really. But they didn't look at the recommended projects in the other 5 regions. Staff have to do that and make a judgment call. This is the category of funding, the engagement projects that we were talking about earlier, that did get extra money added in this time that was not pre-planned at the beginning of the biennium. And so I would say there is a little bit more room in this category than the others. It still would mean that what you saw on the pie chart would be reduced by that amount, but I think what would be left would still be a higher amount. And so when we started this evaluation process, we didn't know the outcome of the spending plan readjustment for the engagement category. And so it is a little bit more complex than typical, and it is different than the restoration and TA categories where we did know how much money was going to be added in this adjustment. So I know that's really confusing and complicated, but that's, I think, the clearest explanation I can give for that.
Can I add something quick to that too, Sarah? I think as you see us do this across multiple cycles, it will also become apparent in terms of kind of respect for and acknowledgement of the review team process. If you were to say, gosh, I'm gonna suggest we take this do not fund and fund it anyway, or like the review team put it in this order, but I think we should take number 97 and put it up at the top and fund it. That's the point at which the staff would really start to squirm in their seats and say like, boy, it seems like you've kind of ignored the work of the review team here. And what most of our conversations during this deliberation are about is the funding line, which as you've described, like it is staff trying to figure out a reasonable allocation of the funds that we have available. We don't ask our review teams to try to do that. And we do a lot less squirming at that situation because it remains, I guess, kind of faithful to the review team results to say, I'm taking your ranking, I'm taking your advice on what's wise to fund or not wise to fund and to what degree. But what I'm disagreeing with is where the staff put the funding line. And the only real consequence of that, as these guys have described, is if you shift the line now, you'll have less money later in the biennium, but it retains the ranking and the fund or do not fund recommendation that comes out of the review team. So I think you look like I confused you more rather than helping, but that's the distinction between, I think, what we share with folks during onboarding of just kind of respect for the review team process and the fact that they're looking at all of the proposals in a region side by side and evaluating and ranking them. That's the part that to us is, we get a little bit more nervous if a board deliberation looks like it's going to significantly change what the work that the review team has done based on their expertise and their thorough review.
I just want to thank you both for answering my ignorant questions. Thank you.
It comes up a lot.
Okay, Mark.
So yes or no question, Eric. So the 2025 spending plan has a staff recommendation of $15,138,852. The remaining spending plan balance, including the $500,000, is $21,668,030. Yes or no?
You want to bring up your slide?
Actually, close would work too.
In other words, we have $6 million more in the last spending plan to spend than we are than we're going to talk about approving today. Is that correct? I'm reading on the staff presentation that we just had. It's slide number. It's right after the stairway application, grant requests. It's the. Page 9. No, well, yeah, that one. Is that correct?
Can you put it in present mode too, so we can see it better?
I'm sorry.
Present. So
you put it in present mode so people can see it better.
So basically, Mark is adding the $5,000 to what is left in the spending plan.
500,000. Yeah, that's what staff has said they've done. I just want to make sure that that's the remaining that we have in the remaining spending plan balance is 21,668,000 if we just rubber stamped everything today. Correct?
Yes.
Thank you. We have $6 million more in the next spending plan.
Yes, primarily because a lot of that is in restoration, but we also have monitoring applications next time that we did not have this time.
Budgeted at how much?
Pardon me?
2.5 million.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Russ.
Want to let Liz go first?
I'm okay, Russ. I'll wait till the end, yeah.
So I want to be clear where we are in the review process before I make my comments. Are we going region by region with questions, or this is overall questions on all all projects presented at this point in time.
So where we are at is general discussion and questions on the presentation that staff gave. When we are ready to start deliberations, which anytime, I'm ready to do that, then we can start having conversations about all of the slate that we have in front of us.
Okay, because it seemed like we were jumping around in our conversation, not just having conversations specifically about the presentation. We started talking about specific projects up for
Yes.
review. So
Yeah.
I just want to know.
It sounds like we're deliberating.
Yeah, I think if we're good with it, I'd like to just move us into deliberations at this point.
Thank you.
Okay.
Whoa.
No.
Whoa. I do have something that I want to add in to co-chairs before we start formal deliberation. So if you have further questions, I don't mean to jump in line, but I do want to make sure to get there before anybody starts to think about action items.
Okay. So I think we're probably going into deliberations now. I don't see any, I see head nodding. Okay, we're good. Yeah, Sarah, take it away.
Okay, I do want to note before, because sometimes we'll be kind of deliberating, and then all of a sudden there's a motion on the table. I just want to call the attention of the board to, we have some kind of unusual language in the open solicitation grant award proposed motion, and I just want to explain that. It doesn't affect any of the projects we've been discussing here so far today. But I have asked as part of the proposed motion that there would be an exception to the recommended or an addendum to the staff recommended projects, that I would ask you to delegate the award to Mackenzie Watershed Alliance rather than awarding it today, to delegate that to me. We've been working with the applicant to resolve some concerns about past financial controls. And they've been really proactive and supportive in that. And we've been working with Department of Justice just to determine whether there's any additional special conditions to an agreement or something like that we might need to reflect updates, changes to financial controls within the agreements. And so my preference would be that you delegate the award of that to me if it's included in moving forward with the staff recommendation. I don't want to get ahead of our discussions with the grantee or the applicant and the Department of Justice. I also don't want to delay important work until the next board meeting or the next solicitation cycle. So I want to reassure you that DOJ is going to give us clear written formal guidance on this. I will follow it. But I just want to let folks know that that's the explanation behind that language.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Mark.
Okay, thank you, Madam Co-Chair. I'd like to start off by saying thanks to Sarah, Director Sarah, for encouraging members to attend a technical review team meeting. And I had the privilege of attending one in the Willamette Valley. And I'll tell you, it was I spent most of the day with them, and I was very impressed. The worst part was in all seriousness, when they all got in around the table, the doors closed and locked, and then Liz was putting tape on the door and, to construe us in there, and I thought, we're electing a pope today.
Where's the white smoke?
Not really, but it was a great day, and I really appreciate it. So it was some good work. So, and now back to seriousness. The OWEB technical review teams have completed their extensive evaluation of this funding cycle's applications and recommended a number of outstanding projects for technical assistance funding. Their work required a significant amount of time, expertise, and thoughtful deliberation on what I sincerely appreciate their dedication to ensuring the strongest projects rose to the top. As often the case, however, the demand for funding exceeded the resources available. As a result, several highly qualified projects that were recommended for funding by the technical review teams ultimately fell below the available funding line. The Kelly Creek Mount Hood Community College Project 22 3029 project is one of those proposals. This project is seeking technical assistance funding to complete its final design and permitting, which are essential steps toward construction anticipation in 2028. OWEB has previously invested in this project by providing a technical assistance funding during the early planning and proposal development stages. The current request represents the final design phase needed to move the project to construction. The OWEB board has the discretion to reallocate funding among projects that have already been recommended by the technical review team. And again, this project has been recommended by the review team for funding. The question before us is whether to advance funding from the next solicitation cycle to support the final phase of design work now, allowing the project to maintain its construction schedule, or to defer funding until a future opportunity. Questions before this board. Have we done this before? Answer, yes. On a limited, case-by-case basis, the board has approved funding for projects that fell below the allocated funding line by utilizing funds from a future solicitation period. At the same time, the board has intentionally avoided making this a routine practice in order to preserve flexibility and avoid establishing unintended precedent. What about other recommended projects that also fell below the funding line? This is a legitimate consideration. There are other quality projects in this same position, and it is reasonable to ask why one project should receive special consideration over another. That is precisely why these decisions have historically been evaluated individually based on specific circumstances and merits of each proposal, rather than through a blanket policy. Question, why is this proposal being discussed today? Since the technical review team completed its review and recommended funding, several significant developments have strengthened the project's readiness and leverage. One, Metro has awarded the project $4.5 million construction grant last week, providing a substantial investment toward implementation. Two, the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife awarded $197,468 for final design, reducing this technical assistance request to OWEB from $495,472 to $298,004, a reduction of approximately 40%. Three, ODF&W staff has also indicated that the Kelly Creek Dam will be added to the Department of Fish and Wildlife's priority barrier list during their next update, provided it remains a barrier at that time. This designation would further recognize the project's importance within the state's fish passage priorities. So taken together, these developments, in my opinion, substantially improves the project's financial position, reduces OWEB's investment, and demonstrates a strong partner support. They also increase the likelihood that the project can remain on schedule for construction in 2028. Ultimately, the question before this board is not whether the project is worthy. The technical review team has already answered that by recommending it for funding. Rather, the question is whether these new developments justify exercising the board's discretion, which we have, to accelerate this funding so that the project can capitalize on the momentum that now exists and stays on schedule. So essentially, I'm offering that we move this above the funding line for an amount of $197,468 for the criteria that I've mentioned. Thank you.
Liz, could you please put the pie chart back up so we can see what we have left? That was not a motion.
Yeah, is that a motion? He's ready.
That was not.
I didn't make a motion.
Was it 100,000 or 200?
200.
It was 200. I thought it was 200.
No, 298.
Number you said.
I understood it was 298.
Did I say 190?
You said, yeah, 298. 298. Correct, okay.
Thank you for putting the pie chart back up. Could really use a piece of pie right now.
Yeah, I was saying, even as
I am sitting in an uncomfortable silence, looking to all of you if there is further deliberation or questions.
Makes sense to me.
Okay, so if there are no further questions, comments, statements, then I would entertain a motion. And I think
I think staff would like to request that if you're going to do additional funding of projects that weren't included in the staff recommendation, that we do that as separate action items, just to kind of help for our records and tracking. So it would be 2 separate action items for the staff recommendation, which you have, or 2 separate motions, sorry, for the staff recommendation language you have in your packet, and then for the new
Okay,
one that Mark didn't actually move.
I'll try this with, I'm open for discussion if we want to modify the motion. Madam Co-Chair, I move Kelly Crick, Mount Hood Community College Project 2273029 be awarded amount of $298,004 for technical assistance funding.
Second.
Second.
okay. The motion was made by Mark Labhart and seconded by Mark Webb and thirded by Russ Hoflick. Okay, Nicole, are we gonna do, we're gonna do them separately and we're gonna do the same roll call? Okay.
You want to invite discussion?
Yes, any discussion?
Yes.
Russ?
I would just like to add that what inspires me about this project, and we've heard about this project not only at this meeting, but previous meeting where the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Director had made a statement and was clarified.
Not the director, our representative.
Representative,
I'm sorry,
excuse me, Representative corrected for the record that we're dealing with 5 listed and threatened salmon species, as well as the benefit of 3 lamprey species will be enhanced as part of this project. And also, it is a rare opportunity. We've heard a lot about DEI-related issues today. What strikes me about this project is the significance of returning salmon to the campus of a college, and to be able to elevate the visibility of what restoration does in a community of such great need, an underserved community. That just strikes significance for me. I did visit the site at a meeting a couple of weeks ago, and the cultural significance of the site has not been emphasized enough. And a representative from the Confederated Tribes of the Grand Ronde spoke with clarity about the importance of this project. And it just brings a whole new layer of complexity and richness to this project. And I do think this is a once-in-a-generational opportunity. And I am comforted by the repeated regional review team's strong recommendations for this project. And additionally, I do think that I'm comforted by the fact that we do have the new ODFW Private Forest Accord program, and they have chosen in their first round of grants to make this a priority project and have awarded $227,000 to support the work. To also follow in the same week with a unprecedented grant from Metro of over $4 million to help in the project's restoration is extraordinary. What a match from OWEB will do to help advance this project has been presented to us, and I think we just need to factor that in. And for that reason, I'm going to be supporting this project.
Okay, any additional discussion? Seeing none, I'll hand it to you, Nicole.
One point of, or 2 points rather, of clarification. The project number that you all are voting on is actually 2273024.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And that's okay. That's what we're here for. And with the award date of July 29th, 2026, we'll add that into the motion. Do we need any formal for that? No? No.
If the person who moved it is
that's
comfortable
okay.
with that
I'm with
friendly
that.
amendment,
Okay.
I think it's
Thank you.
fine. And
That
we've got
works?
the amount clear as well.
Yes. Yes, the amount is, okay. Now we'll do our roll call vote. Lindsay McCleary.
Yes.
Kelly Coates.
Yes.
Russ Hoflick.
Yes.
Xavier Borja.
Yes.
Raya Bushnell.
Yes.
Sarah Deerdahl.
Yes.
Chad Allen.
Yes.
Mark Webb.
Yes.
Mark Labhart.
Yes.
Liz Agpawa.
Yes.
Woody Wolf.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Lindsay?
I am ready to make the second motion, if we're ready for that.
Go for it.
I move the board award funds for the staff recommended projects listed in attachment D with an award date of July 29, 2026, and delegate the award to Mackenzie Watershed Alliance for project number 227-3020-25030 to the executive director.
Second.
Okay. Lindsay McCleary proposed the motion. Xavier Borja seconded. Any additional discussion?
One question. I know who you're talking about here, but the executive director could refer back to the Watershed Alliance, and I'm just wondering if you want to put OWEB executive director.
As amended by Mark.
Okay. Seeing no additional discussion, Nicole, I'm handing it back to you.
Okey dokes. And backwards just for fun, Woody Wolf.
Yes.
Liz Agpawa.
Yes.
Mark Labhart.
Yes.
Mark Webb.
Yes.
Chad Allen.
Yes.
Sarah Deerdahl.
Yes.
Raya Bushnell.
Yes.
Xavier Borja.
Yes.
Russ Hoflick.
Yes.
Kelly Coates.
Yes.
Lindsay McCleary.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right. Okay.
You want to just check if there are any additional motions, just for clarity? Just because we got a motion. No, you don't. Good.
I was like.
Thank you, Kelly.
I'm gonna. I'm seeing no additional motions. Okay. Okay, thank you. We are going to move on to agenda item M, operating capacity rulemaking. This is on page 160 of your ebook. I'm going to invite Eric Hartstein, Eric Williams, and Brian Wolcott to the front.
Okay, good afternoon, co-chairs, members of the board. For the record, Eric Hartstein, Senior Policy Coordinator, here with Eric Williams, Restoration Grants Manager, Brian Wolcott, Water Acquisitions and Capacity Coordinator, and I believe online we have some folks from ODA in their SWCD program, Kevin Fenn, Sandy Hyatt, and Karen Stutzman. And we're here to discuss rulemaking in the Capacity Grants Program. We'll start with an overview of the program itself, then we'll discuss some of the themes that emerged through a pre-rulemaking engagement process that we kicked off with ODA back in the winter. And then we'll finish by noting some of the issues that were lacking consensus, that engagement process, and some of the policy direction we heard from the Partnerships and Capacity Committee last month. Then ask for any additional direction from the board before requesting you all initiate rulemaking in the program.
Good afternoon, co-chairs and board. For the record, Brian Walcott, Water Acquisitions Grants Coordinator and Capacity Grants Coordinator. But I'm going to get into a little bit of the background about capacity grants. So why do we have Soil and Water Conservation District and Watershed Council capacity grants as something that OWEB's involved with? Well, back in the 1990s, the Oregon Plan for Salmon and Watersheds was passed by the state of Oregon. And there was certainly a role for state agencies to take on management and regulation to try to improve habitats of salmon and steelhead that were getting put onto the Endangered Species Act. But there was also a need for voluntary cooperative conservation on the ground with local landowners. And watershed councils and soil and water conservation districts were called out in that role to implement that portion of the Oregon Plan. Capacity grants were a way to support these organizations to develop and implement projects by developing partnerships, developing relationships with landowners in their basin to see where there could be projects to improve fish and wildlife habitat and water quality. And these grants provide long-term planning. They allow watershed councils and districts to assess conditions in their basins, develop plans for making improvements, and developing those relationships to be able to get those projects done, built on the ground, and monitor the results. These projects, these capacity grant dollars are used to leverage other dollars from other state agencies, other grant programs, federal grants, and local dollars, maybe from counties, cities, or local nonprofit dollars. There's been a process that led up to this rulemaking, and that included engaging with districts and councils over the last several months. But there's been some issues through the years that have just been evolving, and I wanted to go through some of those. There are a few councils around the state that have been operating as watershed councils, but they're not currently eligible for funding. They're functioning as watershed councils, they're implementing projects, but either they were formed after the initial rules were made in the 2012-2013 time period. They didn't make that timing deadline, and there's also some eligibility requirements that some of them are challenged to meet. And so they've been asking for a while now for the OWEB program to bring them in and be part of the capacity grants. There's also been a desire on the part of OWEB staff and ODA staff to create and/or update the rules for some time. Oregon Department of Agriculture has been overseeing soil and water conservation districts for quite some time, longer than OWEB's been around. And there's currently rules in place for districts on how they need to operate. And Oregon Department of Agriculture oversees that. There's legal requirements that they have to comply with. But there aren't rules in place for specifically about districts receiving capacity grants through OWEB. That's just been covered under the overarching Division 5 rules that OWEB has for its overall grant programs. There have been rules in place for watershed councils, but a need to update those. Also, the overall dollar amount for watershed councils has grown over time. I was a watershed council coordinator for over 20 years. I received my first grant in 1997, and it was less than $28,000 for that 1 year of capacity grant funding. Our current cycle is about $88,000 a year for watershed councils. So there's been an increase in funding, and with that, there needs to be more scrutiny looking at how these dollars are spent. There's also a need to review the alignment of the grant program with the Constitution and statutory intent. There's also a desire, as I got into a little bit earlier on the slide, was that we need to move soil and water conservation district capacity grants from general rules to specific rules about the capacity program. So we embarked on a engagement process with districts and councils over the last about a half a year. We provided 11 or 12 listening sessions, either virtual or in person, where we could get feedback from districts and councils about this process, what's working with current rules, what's not working. We also, at the April Connect conference, where there were many Watershed Council and Conservation District staff and board members, that was a place where we had a dialogue with many of the people there to get feedback again on what's working, what's not working, ideas on the rules. And there was also an online survey that we developed. OWEB and ODA staff came up with a questionnaire and allowed districts and councils to answer that and provide feedback in more of a kind of an anonymous fashion where they could just freely potentially criticize a funding organization where they might not be comfortable doing that in an in-person setting. And also, during the Rules Advisory Committee, once we set up our Rules Committee, there'll be opportunities for public comment during that process, either before each of the meetings or during the meetings. There's also going to be opportunities for comment at board meetings like we heard earlier today. And there's always going to be opportunities for folks to call out to OWEB or ODA staff and provide feedback or ideas of what these rules might look like. So I wanted to get into a little bit of the funding. When the Oregon Plan for Salmon and Watersheds was funded through the Measure 76 obligation of 7.5% of the Oregon lottery revenues, those funds come to the state agencies and are put into two different buckets. There's one bucket that receives 70% of those funds, and those are the Oregon Lottery grant dollars that we manage. You all just made a big decision with a portion of those funds. There's another portion of the lottery dollars that go into what's called the operating fund. Those funds go to Oregon State Police for their fish and wildlife management work, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, Oregon Department of Agriculture, DEQ, and OWEB. OWEB gets about, after that 30% is split out among those five agencies, we get about 24% of those funds. And why this is relevant to capacity dollars, not only do those funds that come to OWEB fund OWEB staff to manage all our grant programs, it's also where originally capacity dollars came out of those funds. But in past years, the Oregon legislature decided to shift that and assigned the capacity grant programs to be funded out of the Conservation Grant Fund. So just a little background. And you saw the slide a little earlier in the open solicitation presentation, but these grant funds have very specific defined purposes. And this is spelled out in the Constitution. And that is to acquire from these grant funds can pay for the acquisition of land or water that leads to fish and wildlife habitat restoration. The dollars can also be used for habitat projects for fish and wildlife. They can carry out projects to protect or restore natural watershed functions to improve water quality or stream flows, and also fund what you see in that gold box, activities necessary for doing that acquisition and restoration work. Technical assistance, engagement, outreach, and monitoring. And why this is relevant to capacity grants is having these capacity grants is providing that technical assistance and engagement with local communities to get these projects on the ground. So I'll turn it over to Eric Williams to talk about some of the themes we heard during the engagement process.
All right, thanks, Brian. Eric Williams, Restoration Grants Manager at OWEB. I want to first thank Andrea Kreiner from the Oregon Association of Conservation Districts and Terry Prieg-Rigsby from the Network of Oregon Watershed Councils, who really encouraged their members, the watershed councils and the SWCDs, to come to these listening sessions, to fill out the survey, to tell us what's important to them, to tell us the challenges they face with capacity grants. And of course, I'd like to thank the more than 150 people that took the time to spend with us and tell us the things that were important to them and the concerns that they had. I want to talk about first some of the things that were pretty common across the board from the various commenters through our different vehicles to comment, the survey, the listening sessions, the Connect conference. I don't want to give the impression that there was complete unanimity on these things. We didn't take a poll or take a vote, but this next series of slides covers the things that there was pretty general agreement on. The first one is folks, and you heard a little bit about this in public comment, folks were pretty clear that they preferred having at least a non-competitive portion of the funding so that the entire capacity grant is not competitive. They pointed out that these grants, as Brian mentioned, are essential to get the projects on the ground, to do the project development work that needs to be done to get projects on the ground. In order to be in position to do that, these organizations need stability. Stability is harder and harder to come by in the current environment in terms of how things are funded and how inflation has impacted their costs. And that if there was a competitive portion, that it be an optional tier as long as there's secure base funding for capacity grants. The next one was flexibility and use of the funding. We heard many people say this is the most important feature of the program, that they have a lot of options in terms of how they can use these funds to support their operations, to support their staff, travel and equipment. You heard some of the kind of eye-popping figures on how much an audit costs. Many people brought that up. You heard comments earlier as well about permitting, how rigorous that is. Particularly in urban areas. You heard about how costly that is. And I think the last bullet is particularly important. I know it's a portion of it's hidden on your screen, but it says supports long-term community engagement and relationship building. And we talked a little bit about how you might have that first cup of coffee meeting with a landowner, but you don't start the project the next day. There's a lot more work that happens after that. And watershed councils and soil and water conservation districts have that credibility within their communities that they can sustain those longer-term conversations that are necessary to get projects on the ground. The third category was around organizational health. They have to support good governance, finance, and compliance with various rules and regulations. And that's challenging to do in this environment, as we've heard. Organizational health, you have to have a healthy organization if you're going to be around for the long term to troubleshoot problems on projects, to provide longer term maintenance and stewardship, to make sure that those projects are functioning the way that they're intended. And if organizational health falters in an area or a geography, restoration can be disrupted for a good number of years after that. The next category we touched on a little bit is rising costs for a lot of things that you heard in public comment. And I think it's pretty evident when you consider that in the last couple of biennia, lottery funding has increased maybe 1% a year, something like that. We all know inflation's been going up faster than that. And so it's difficult for these grants to keep up with inflation. Difficult for organizations receiving these grants to keep up with inflation. And that means that this stable base funding is more important than ever. The next category was on reporting improvements. We heard across the board from folks that whatever we can do to simplify their lives by aligning and unifying reporting systems would help streamline their operations, help make them spend less time doing those and more time getting the projects on the ground. As Brian mentioned, we operate the district capacity program in cooperation with the Oregon Department of Agriculture. And so we heard from several folks that they'd like us, to the extent possible, to eliminate any duplication in terms of reporting to our agency and to ODA. And that perhaps maybe a less frequent reporting period could be required. Around eligibility and equity, we heard a lot of folks talking about the need to make things clearer. The history of the current eligibility requirements for watershed councils to receive capacity grants goes back to rules that were done in 2013 and board adopted guidance that was created after that time, leaving a number of geographies with watershed councils that just haven't been eligible to even apply for these grants for the past more than 10 years. They felt that in addressing equity issues, there are a lot of considerations in that. For soil and water conservation districts, some have tax bases, some don't. The ones that do have tax bases, some raise larger sums of money, some don't raise that much money. There's a lot of differences, a lot of variation across the board. We talked about the differences in rural and urban project settings earlier in the meeting today. And there were many comments on geographic differences in terms of the types of watershed enhancement projects that are needed in the varying terrain that makes up such a large state that we have in Oregon. They wanted to avoid one-size-fits-all formulas in terms of allocating funds. And there really was a strong desire to address the currently ineligible watershed councils, with a caveat that we maintain stable funding. And so you can see where the challenge lies here, because it's fairly obvious that if more councils are added to the fold and the overall dollars don't increase, that means every organization's grant goes down a little bit. We heard many comments about project development, and more specifically about what do we mean by project development. And to Brian's slide with the blue and the gold box, the things that the Constitution says that we can use the grant funds for, what does that include? And we heard a lot of comments about how that multi-year relationship-based work that's needed to get a project on the ground doesn't necessarily easily fit into a simple definition of project development. It includes a lot of the things that we commonly think about, like outreach, planning, and assessments, but there's a lot of work that occurs mostly with staff time and resources as a precursor to getting implementation on the ground. And that goes back to those organizational health factors. Like you have to do an audit to be a healthy organization. And we heard a lot of comments that those kinds of activities are necessary for project development. Community trust and presence. We heard a lot of comments about how local recognition and the credibility of these organizations are essential for them to be able to accomplish all the things that they do. And that part of that requires stable staffing and strong partnerships with other organizations and other agencies. The other really critical piece that was mentioned quite frequently for both councils and districts is that their non-regulatory role is essential in enabling the kinds of landowner relationships that they're able to establish and maintain over the long term. And finally, program stability. This was a theme really throughout the themes. Supporting organizations in volatile funding environments like we have now is even more important than it used to be. Providing continuity for them to be able to do the kind of long-term planning that we actually ask them to do. Like when you look at our evaluation criteria for a restoration project, for example, part of that is how does this project fit in with long-term plans? And so they need to have capacity to be able to participate in those long-term planning processes. And this program stability is central to the watershed restoration system that was envisioned in the Oregon plan and in the ballot measures that were passed to create this funding that the board is managing. Next, we're going to turn it over to Eric Hartstein to talk about issues lacking consensus. And we don't mean by that we had rigorous debates about point counterpoint on this. It was just simply that we have a lot of comments that came in that don't necessarily match up well with each other. So with that as preview, we'll go to Eric.
Yeah, thanks for that preamble, Eric. So maybe go to the next slide, please. So yeah, some issues lacking consensus or some of the policy tension points that were uncovered. I'll start on the left-hand side of the slide. First is whether to add any performance-based or competitive tiers to the capacity grant program. This would be in addition to the non-competitive base. Second one is whether to use funding formulas to help determine award amounts. So things that were discussed there were population size, acres in the Watershed Council or SWCD geography, stream miles, could those be worked in some sort of a funding formula? Next down on the list is whether SWCDs with tax bases should receive full or maybe partial capacity awards. And then whether mergers should be incentivized or discouraged. We've heard a lot about that, even in public comment for this meeting. And we'll get into that a little bit more on the next slide as well. And then how to weigh organizational health. So organizations that may have strong governance and community supports, but may have made less restoration progress in the last biennium or two. And then moving over to the right-hand side, how to operationalize equity in funding allocation. So this is related to the funding formulas on the left-hand side. Like everybody agreed that equitable funding was important here, but not necessarily on how to apply it. I mean, could we look at population size again, maybe public land ownership within that organization's boundaries, or the geography itself? And we heard the differences between in urban areas where if you're going to go engage landowners on a mile of stream, you might have to be knocking on dozens and dozens of doors. And in rural areas, you might have to travel 3 hours to go out and knock on one person's door and then travel 3 hours back. Going down the list, how to handle indirect cost structures. These are how to account for items that are currently funded in direct costs and capacity grants, things like we heard audits this morning. Expanding eligibility for watershed councils, Eric touched on that earlier. And then sort of that tension around a simple versus a flexible approach. I mean, I think everybody had a real desire for a streamlined, simple approach, yet also recognizing differences between councils and districts. And there's some tension there when trying to develop a rule set with both those in mind. So when we brought this presentation to the Partnerships and Capacity Committee last month, the members directed us to really focus on a couple of areas during the rulemaking process. The first is explore opportunities for shared services and looking at the potential for mergers. And the second is to again, look at options at expanding watershed council eligibility while acknowledging that there might be some impacts to future board spending plans on that issue. And this gets us to the proposed rulemaking timeline. So if the board does agree to authorize rulemaking at this meeting, we'll follow up by recruiting a rulemaking advisory committee, and then come up with some draft concepts for that RAC to chew on. And we expect to be having RAC meetings probably starting September, October, and running that probably into March. As all of our RAC meetings, they will be public, virtual most likely, and we will be receiving, we anticipate probably lots of comments during those RAC meetings. We expect in January that we will provide a progress report to the OWEB board, and then by May, hopefully have some draft rules ready to be filed with the Secretary of State, and then open for both tribal and public comment. This would be that formal public comment period. In June of next year, we would review comments that were received and then provide a response to those that provided comments, as well as consider revisions to the draft rules. And then, if all goes to plan, we would be bringing the draft rules to the board at your July 2027 meeting for approval. And then, this is really important, the effective date that we would be offering is January of 2029 for these rules. So that would allow councils and districts an opportunity to prepare for the new rules, as well as give staff time to prep the operating capacity grant offering for the 2029-2031 biennium. Okay, so we discussed some of the themes that were heard during the engagement process and the direction from the Partnerships and Capacity Committee to staff on rulemaking, and we would really appreciate any further board input or direction when it comes to opening this up for rulemaking.
Dan?
It seems like, well, first off, that's awesome, all that outreach and connecting and getting feedback. It certainly sounds like it's time to have another look at this. And from my microscopic point of view, it seems like the number one asset we have is the local boots on the ground engaging with neighbors. And that to support that, there's a lot of other stuff that's spending and utilizing these limited resources. And so whether it's mergers or whether it's shared resources, like I didn't participate in the committee, but it sounded like there was some conversation about that in the committee. If there's another way to sort of move the limited resources to get it to the boots on the ground, I think that would be the ultimate goal. But I don't know if, mergers, shared resources, seems like there's some other model that would make a little more sense to more effectively get those resources to the number one asset.
Thanks, Dan. Raya?
Great, thank you. First, I just want to acknowledge that, since these listening sessions have been occurring, the 11 different listening sessions and other engagement, I have heard feedback from people that have engaged in those processes, and just want to acknowledge the staff that everyone was super complimentary. I think listening sessions occur sometimes because they have to as part of the process, but there's a huge difference between what's being required and going into it and making it to this fullest and making, the boots on the ground feeling heard in that process. So just wanted to thank the staff that obviously you guys are knocking it out of the park. I wanted to talk about, just touch on a few of the points that are still sort of up for discussion and thinking about how we're moving forward. I think it was brought up in the public comment of, when it comes to mergers, there's actually the reverse incentive from a financial perspective. I don't think we necessarily need to get into that today, but that would be really helpful moving, forward to understand that way in the rulemaking process that doesn't get codified in any way. And then similarly, thinking about what was emphasized, it seems like there's a concern of there's an interest in merging. One of the blocks is obviously the loss of money, but then that there's also a financial cost to the merger after the merger. The hard work is after the merger. And so in thinking about, the performance base beyond an incentivized to do the merger, is there an additional incentive, or can there be an incentive for groups that are potentially thinking about merging, but maybe not sure? I think to look into it, that takes time and money. It's sort of project pre-development, the hard work that goes into actually doing it. And so that was just something I was thinking about. Similarly, when I was looking at the Soil Water Conservation District that tax base question about whether the SWCDs with tax base should receive capacity funds. I was just thinking about the fact that, a lot of these great projects put forward are, potentially conservation easements that can be taking land out of tax bases. And so if tax bases, SWCDs with a tax base, lose that capacity funding, is that incentivizing them not to put conservation easements forward? And so I do think, people that work at SWCDs, people that join watershed councils aren't going into this work because they wanted to, they love audits or maybe there's some nerds out there that love a good audit, love the adrenaline. Oh, hi, Miriam. I'm sorry. We have our one unicorn in the back. But I do just want to acknowledge, when we are thinking about that funding that is available, both as just, whether it is for continuing funding for those SWCDs, bringing other watershed councils into the funding program, or just thinking about the mergers, just acknowledging that, that capacity funding is essential for those jobs that everyone is doing, but that they rather be spending their time and energy on the good work of projects.
Thanks. Russ?
So I want to thank you. This is getting to the heart of the operational aspects of this institution. What I'm not hearing is what the ideal delivery mechanism is for OWEB. And do you anticipate through the rulemaking that you will get to an ideal recommendation? What I mean by that ideal recommendation, I think about when we created Measure 66, and then we modified 66 to 76. And we made a shift from 50-50 split of the funding to 65-35. That was done with intent. And if you look at the challenge of delivery, and you don't have a chart that shows where the capacity money is being spent today, do you? You talked about the state police getting a percentage of the operations and others. Do you have a chart that actually shows that and the reliance on those funds at this point?
I think what you're referring to, Russ, is the 70-30 split of the operating fund.
Excuse me, 70-30.
Well, it was 65-35, you're correct, but there was a threshold that changed it to 70-30. And that 30%, or previously 35%, back under Measure 66, the operating portion of it was used to pay for capacity grants directly, and they have fewer restrictions on the use of those funds. Outreach and education being an example. We can't do that with grant funds. That can be done with operating funds. When the legislature decided to fully allocate the operating funds to those 5 state agencies and not provide any funds for capacity grants, that meant the capacity grants that OWEB provides moved to the grant fund. With the restrictions on the use of the grant fund.
And that gets to the heart of this. There was a legislative recommendation to make a move that is now squeezing the constitutional intent of the program's allocation. And if we are clear about our expectation of what the model will be, I believe it will be necessary to go back to the legislature and request a modification to be able to fully fund the soil and water conservation districts and the watershed councils if we have a clear vision of the ideal structure to be able to move forward with.
I have no opinion about going to the legislature, but I will say that there were public commenters that said that very thing. And so I think that was one of the benefits of doing the listening sessions that we did, is to help people understand how we got here, because a lot of people didn't know that. A lot of people didn't know that history, didn't know the distinction between the grant fund, the operating fund. And it was really helpful to get that out in the open. From my perspective, not for the purposes of pressuring the legislature, but more for the purposes of just understanding what we can and can't do with the funds that you award to districts and councils for these grants.
I guess my belief is, in the face of climate change, the direction we're moving right now, the urgency to clarify the delivery mechanism, the 27 years of growth towards that aspiration, and what is needed for us to be able to, as in the face of all the fires and the droughts and the floods that are out there, I think it's time for us to have a very hard conversation to be able to reallocate the funds to where the Constitution intended those funds to be allocated. And that was to build the capacity of OWEB to be able to deliver on the ground tangible conservation outputs.
So I would like to intervene for a second if I can, co-chairs, and I'd like to call Courtney up for a little history check, if Courtney's comfortable with that, as, you know, formerly being heavily involved in capacity programs. Russ, I want to remind you that when you talk about agencies pursuing legislative change, you put staff in a very uncomfortable position. So if you wish to pursue that, fine. I think we're all in agreement that we need to look at alternative models, but please, you know,
Fair enough.
keep us in the right box here.
Thank you.
For the record, Courtney Schaff, Monitoring and Reporting Program Manager, and I'm just gonna clarify one simple thing. OWEB has never received written guidance that capacity funding is supposed to be in the operation side. We do not have that. So it has, as long as I have worked under the program, when it was for 15 years, it has always been on the grant side. I just wanted to clarify that.
Thanks, Courtney. That's helpful. And I do, you know, Russ, you can imagine if Diane Lloyd from Department of Justice were here, she would remind us that just because we have access to people who were involved in development of the ballot measure language doesn't mean that we can describe that as constitutional intent and implement it. We're centered on a plain read of the constitutional language and statutory mandates. And it was not a legislative recommendation. It was a legislative requirement that we're implementing.
And if I may, the last answer to, part of the answer to Russ's question about what the rules will cover is what our rules typically cover. Who's eligible to apply? What kinds of activities can be funded with this? How will applications be evaluated? What kind of reporting is going to be required? And so those are the elements in the rules. There may be other considerations, such as apportionment of base or competitive funding that might come from solicitation or direction from the board. But those main elements are what the content of the administrative rules will cover.
But you're not starting from a framework of here's the ideal.
We're starting from a framework of how best can we implement statute in order to meet the mission of the organization and our constitutional and statutory requirements. And that is where I get uncomfortable with this conversation, is I see where you're going, Russ. I think some blue sky thinking is really helpful. And agencies are creatures of statute, and we implement statute. And if there is a change needed, that's you know, that's a different conversation.
I guess what I'm getting at is you want people to be adequately compensated. You want an efficient delivery mechanism. You want to be able to retain high-quality employees on the ground to be able to do the work. And that's the type of scoping I'm talking about.
Yeah, I think it would be good to revisit. I mean, I do think, guys, if I understand part of Russ's point here is to zoom out and have some blue sky thinking about, and I think we're hearing that to some extent from watershed councils and SWCDs. If you're just trying to increasingly implement the existing system in a narrower and narrower financial environment, we end up kind of backed into the corner. And so I think that point's well taken, Russ. I do think We also face the reality that lottery revenue is not increasing at the rate that either staff or implementation costs are. And that's affecting the agencies just as much as it's affecting the SWCDs and the watershed councils and all our other grantees because of the, the sort of proportionate reduction in the availability of grant funding too. So we can blue sky and we're just not keeping up with inflation in terms of lottery revenue. So that is an additional constraint that we face. But I think, in terms of scrolling back out to the vision, that point's well taken.
Thank you.
Dan.
Just a clarifying question, Eric, on what you just mentioned about what the rule is covering. I didn't hear you say the kind of merger / shared resources. Is that a separate rule or is that part of this rule?
Yeah, thanks, Dan. So I think what the intent would be for the rules to govern the kinds of things that could be funded without getting too specific about it. In other words, the rules could enable, if there's a desire on the board's part to provide some sort of incentive mechanism, the rules could enable that as something that's an eligible activity. And then the details could be worked out either in the biennial spending plan or an annual or biennial solicitations that we do as to how that would work. But the framework for it would exist in the administrative rules.
And I think I heard that there exists already some kind of rules around mergers.
That is in the board adopted guidance.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. I have just one thing I was gonna say as far as the merger conversation goes. Just thinking back to Brian Barr's presentation for us at our last meeting, I think might be helpful to talk to Brian about some lessons learned from the merger that happened down with Rogue River Watershed Council, and that may be informative for that conversation moving forward. Okay. So Brian, I saw you put your.
Yes, thanks, Chairwoman Coates. I wanted to answer your question again, Dan, with, for a while, OWEB was offering an organizational collaboration grant type, and that was a way to help fund for organizations to look into mergers and see if they wanted to consider a watershed council merger. And we only, when that process was in place for a few bienniums, I'm not sure how many, we only had the Rogue Watershed Council form a merger out of that process, merging initially 4 watershed councils and then a 5th one joined on later.
Yeah, so if there's I don't know if this is blue sky or if this is where this falls, but if there's an opportunity to kind of look at that shared resources model within or outside of mergers in and of themselves, I don't know if the rulemaking is the place to do that or the guidance is the place to do that or where that fits, but it seems like that's something that should be considered in this process if possible.
And the listening session and survey feedback backs that up too.
And we certainly have examples around the state where we have watershed councils sharing staff, sharing restoration project coordinators that are developing projects in more than one watershed. We also have watershed councils in conservation districts teaming up, like we saw this morning on the tour, where the Wasco County SWCD and the Watershed Council work closely together on projects. So there's a lot of cooperation and shared services that way. And we also have umbrella watershed councils around the state where multiple watershed councils are managed by one council and receive one grant.
Sounds like good common sense, and anything we can do to get out of the way of good common sense is good.
I see Mark, and then Brian, I see you.
Oh, I just wanted to make the motion.
Great. Brian, Mark wants to make the motion, but before he does that, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, just a quick question on the, you mentioned shared services with respect to restoration practitioners and some other functions. I'm wondering more on the business function side of things, including, business systems, contracting mechanisms, all those kinds of things that we can maybe have fewer audits on, or like those kinds of shared services. Is there any examples of that?
Yeah, what we saw today with Wasco County, with the SWCD and the Watershed Council, one audit, the Watershed Council doesn't have to do its own separate audit. Its programs are built into the SWCD projects. And then also in the South Coast, the Curry Watershed, the Curry SWCD acts as a fiscal sponsor for 2 different watershed councils in that area.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Mark.
So I move the board initiate rulemaking for Watershed Council and SWCD operating capacity grants.
Second.
Okay, Mark Webb made the motion, Xavier Borja seconded. Cole, any additional discussion? Seeing none, Nicole?
Lindsay McCleary.
Yes.
Kelly Coates.
Yes.
Russ Hoflick.
Yes.
Xavier Borja.
Yes.
Raya Bushnell.
Yes.
Sarah Deerdahl.
Yes.
Chad Allen.
Yes.
Mark Webb.
Yes.
Mark Labhart.
Yes.
Liz Ekpawa.
Yes.
Woody Wolf.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, thank you. I'm going to hand it over to Lindsay.
Thanks, Kelly. Okay, we're at item N, the co-chair election, which begins on your ebook, page 198. Kelly Coates' first term as co-chair will end directly following this July 2026 board meeting. She is eligible to serve a second 2-year term. Kelly, thank you for all of your hard work and dedication as co-chair. Consistent with board-adopted policy regarding the co-chair election process, the board will now elect or re-elect a co-chair for a 2-year term beginning directly following this meeting. So, Kelly, you are eligible. Are you willing to serve a second term as co-chair?
Yes, I am.
Great, thank you. Are there any additional nominations for co-chair?
I'll make the motions.
Seeing none, I will close nominations.
No, I was going to make the motion.
That's always a,
Okay. So I'm going to close nominations.
fighting over who's going
Liz.
to do it.
Okay. I move the board elect or re-elect Kelly Coates to serve as co-chair for the next 2 years, beginning with the October 2026 meeting.
Second.
Mark Webb.
It's been moved by Liz and seconded by Mark Labhart. Nicole, please.
Okey dokes. Woody Wolf.
Yes.
Liz Ekpawa.
Yes.
Mark Labhart.
Yes.
Mark Webb.
Yes.
Chad Allen.
Yes.
Sarah Deerdahl.
Yes.
Raya Bushnell.
Yes.
Xavier Borja.
Yes.
Russ Hoflick.
Yes.
Kelly Coates.
Am I supposed to abstain?
No.
No, you don't have to. It's whatever you want.
Make it unanimous, what the heck?
It feels weird, but yes.
Yes? Qualified yes, and Lindsay McCleary.
Yes. Motion passes.
Congratulations, motion passes. Thank you, Kelly.
And thank you to your family.
Okay, so we are almost done, guys. We are on item P, other business. I don't believe we have any other business from earlier. Liz?
I have one thing too.
Okay. Any good of the
Parking
order?
lot.
Liz, then Kelly.
I don't want to forget the parking lot item that we did with getting feedback back to staff regarding additional information that we would like to see for open solicitation. So I just want to make sure that we have that captured.
Yes,
Folks
thank you.
should feel free to just contact Nicole Bettinardi or myself or both, which is the safest thing, frankly, is to talk to Nicole. And if we think of another good channel, we'll send it out with the materials after the meeting and let you know.
Liz?
So I'm just invoking Wednesday night and if I don't kind of get my understanding, Claire, now I'll think about this all the way to the next meeting. But I just want to make sure that I understood you, Sarah, right. And I just, for the discussion about the roles of the technical teams and the staff. And what I thought I heard was there's that we all recognize the good work of the technical teams and the staff. But I'm hoping that I didn't hear that there's a firewall there, that we can, as a board, when we're asked to vote, that is an actual action item, that as voting board members on each of those items, which we said yes to 12 of the 13. I mean, we're not contrarians in any way, that if we truly feel on an action items that we can vote, even though it may somehow collide with what we hear from the good and professional work of the staff and the team, that it is our purview as an individual board member to move so. And I just want to make sure that that's what you intended.
That is, I appreciate the chance to clarify, Liz, and I think, we're always balancing, and I think here really of the review teams much more, because those are volunteers who are spending multiple days sometimes of their time reviewing those applications. And so all I was trying to express was the closer you get to like rethinking the work that the review team already did, the more uncomfortable we get. It's still within your authority. Yes. And I think what I particularly appreciate about some of the deliberations the board had today is thinking about the why of that, right? And not just, this seems cool because somebody comes and testifies about it, because we have a lot of folks who come in that are right below the funding line, and being, I think the more the board can be transparent and critical in their thinking and communication about the why, the more comfortable staff is, that our grantees can understand and our review team can understand when the board makes a funding decision that is absolutely a key part of your role. That helps enormously.
Thank you, Director O'Brien, for that clarification.
Thank you, member. I can't say your first name and last name at the same time.
Russ.
Big power.
So following on that, I think that perhaps to reduce the tension, I do remember with passion, Liza Jane urging every board member to please find time to sit through a regional review team meeting. Mark, you had mentioned your visit. I did the same on the coast. I walked away with extraordinary respect, admiration, and actually awe of the amount of time people put into that process. And I guess to the richness of the conversation we're having, the tension point is that we have budgeted so tightly that there isn't discretionary dollars. And many other boards that I have served on, there is reserved money that the board can help allocate. And perhaps in our next budgeting cycle, there is reserved money, but it's being allocated with restriction. We can, for each category, reserve additional, like instead of 5% now going forward, we could add another 2 or 3%. That gives us greater flexibility, where if we feel that we want to pull something above the line, we could do it without limiting the capacity for the next meeting. It's just
Can we put that in the parking lot?
We can.
Okay.
We could definitely put it.
I do want to mention, we'll extend an opportunity for members to sit in on review teams again with the next and with future cycles. So I do really encourage folks to take advantage of that. Keep an eye out for Nicole's communications on that. And then Sherry, you got
Brian.
Yeah, I think Mark Labhart kind of set a good benchmark for, so I'm not a voting member, but I think, looking at it independently from that, as far as kind of trying to balance this, the decision makers exerting their authorities and responsibilities, honestly, and yet not creating a moral hazard that we kind of talked about. I think this was a really good example today for that particular project, and the thinking, the explicit critical thinking that was done in critical communications that Mark did was a really good example, in my view, of balancing those things. I think that's probably a better approach than setting an explicit, well, we have a couple percent that we're going to, hold back or whatever. There's always that additional funding there that's available. The board could have allocated all that money today if they wanted to, or funded all of those projects. So I wouldn't approach it that way. I'd approach it more the way that was done today if I was, that's my take. So good, very well done in my view, Mark. Thanks.
Thanks, Brian. Sarah, what do you want us to know about the October board meeting?
We will have a unique October board meeting in that because of the change in open solicitation cycles, I don't want to jinx this, but I don't think we have any funding decisions. And so we have a lot of items that we've wanted to catch up to. And we also have a visit to Harney County. And I know it's a trek for a number of board members that are located on the west side, and I really encourage folks to do your best to try to be with us in person. Now, Harney County is experiencing some really significant fire impacts right now, and of course, we'll be respectful of where our partners are at as we get a little bit closer there, but that's a community where we don't get to visit very often, and we have a lot of great collaboration and conservation work going on. We'll do a little bit more of a tour. We're planning to try out a little bit of a partner reception again, instead of a sort of more board and staff only dinner. So I do ask that, assuming that we're able to move forward with that in a way that's respectful of our partners and the fire impacts, that I really ask that folks do their best to be there. And I know federal partners in particular, that may be a challenge. Lots of updates and info items. You can see them on the slide, and I don't have to talk you through them, but we do have a rich agenda, and it's stuff we've wanted to talk to you about and get your feedback on for quite a while.
Great, thank you. I just want to thank everybody for their time over the last couple days. This has been a really great board meeting. Welcome to the new board members again. Looking forward to our next meeting in Burns, October 27 through 28 of 2026, and I will adjourn today's meeting.